Hello, hello, everybody. Sorry for staying silent. I had some things I had to take care of when it comes to the stream, but okay, we can we can finally get started now. Before we continue, let me just say this. I do want to apologize to you guys for constantly delaying the stream. Initially, this was supposed to happen a couple of days ago, but something keeps coming up to where I have to delay it. But I'm here finally, and it seems like it couldn't have been a better time because not only do I get to do the stream, but we also get to cover the I don't know if you know, but the whole Comic Con at Home event that's happening today. But specifically, we're going to be focusing on two panels in particular. I'm not really interested in any of the other panels, mostly because they don't really offer anything that I'm overall just interested in. I'm not. So instead, it's just going to be two panels, and it seems like each of them are going to run for about an hour. And it seems like they're going to be happening pretty late, at least for where I am. So I'm hoping it's good because I'm going to be staying up all the way up until the from now until morning. So I'm hoping it's going to be good and it's actually worth our time. But before then, I don't want to just waste your guys' time. So I do have some things we can do before the actual panels themselves start. Okay, let me just get them. Okay, first things first. Let's do this. Now, I already told one of you that we were gonna be watching this during the stream. Let me just set this up real quick. Okay, I've got it set up. Let me just grab my microphone headphones real quick. And the second I saw this, I knew already that I was going to be pissed, that this was going to piss me off. So I'm going to try and keep myself calm. I don't want to go on a fucking rant and, just start yelling all of a sudden. Because, like I said, it's pretty late and there are other people in the house. So I don't want to accidentally wake them up. So, okay, let me just. Here it is. Let's just watch it. Oh my God. Let's oh my God. Let's just hear that again. Just one more, just in case you guys didn't hear it. Some of us are not important at all. some of us, i.e., fans who have given you. Wait, you can't hear it? Wait, hold on. Okay, let me know if you guys. Let me just bring it back and let me know if you guys can actually hear it this time.
We listen to that stuff and we digest a lot of it. To all our critics, we listen to that stuff and we digest a lot of it, but you're way less important. And some of you are not important at all.
Oh my God, this guy, this narcissistic, arrogant asshole. Some of us are not important at all. Some of us are not important at all. Neil, just okay. Okay. If I'm seeming a little rambling, it's because I'm desperately trying to keep myself calm. Neil, when you say some of us are not important at all, please, for the love of God, please tell me you are not talking about fans. Please, for the love of God, tell me that you are not talking about people who willingly invested their time and their money into your work, without whom you would not even be where you are now. If we are, the people you consider to be not important at all, if we had not willingly invested our valuable time and opened up our wallets and gave you our hard-earned money to your product, you would not be in this position to where you can. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. Fuck Naughty Dog. Fuck Naughty Dog. Fuck Neil Cuckmann. Fuck him. I've said it before, but I'll still say it again. I'm done. I am officially 100% done with this company. Yeah, exactly. You should never even comprehend saying this to your fans, because they can just as easily tell you, you know what? There are other game companies, there are other developers. I can just as easily give them my money. And unlike you retarded asshole, unlike you, they have not gone out there and say that their own fans are irrelevant. So you know what, Neil? We're since you consider us to be irrelevant, you know what? We're gonna help you. We're going to help you out. We are going to take our business elsewhere. We are going to take our money to other game developers, to other people. And you know what? The independent scene is starting to grow recently. There have been independent content creators out there who are actually making genuinely good content. So you know what? We will take our business with them. We will give our attention to them, and we will tell you to go fuck yourself, and we fall asleep at night, we will dream of some of the worst, most horrible things happening to you simultaneously, and we will happily dream about you suffering. Specifically, we will dream about it, not wish for it to happen to you in real life, because unlike you, we are not scumbags. So you know what, Neil? Again, since we're so irrelevant, fine, we're done. You and me are done. Billions of other people can look at this and say, you know what? We're done. You have officially lost customers forever. Congratulations, Neil. And you know what? Congratulations, Naughty Dog, for keeping this guy employed. Congratulations, Sony, for still doing business with Naughty Dog while this asshole is still working there. Congratulations. That is just round of applause. Just everyone, let's give them a round of applause for just the absolutely just brilliant business that they're conducting. Absolutely fantastic. Please give these people awards for all the fantastic business that they're doing. All right, let's just watch the rest of the video.
Jesus H. Christ. Neil Cuckmann, you lispy bitch. How dare you? My feelings are hurt. It's not my fault that I'm allergic to weak-minded, infected pussies who look like baristas that spit in your coffee for the mildest reason. What you just heard are the cries of a man who's angry that his weird sexual fetishes are being publicly insulted instead of being praised. He's either lying or incredibly deluded, and I'll be honest, both are perfectly plausible. And before we get started, hit the like button, make sure you subscribe, and ring my bell, baby. YouTube is censoring my content to the point where I don't think I can be myself anymore. So if you do enjoy the videos, ring my bell, baby, and watch the video from start to finish, because that is literally the only way my content will ever
None of us
be
are winning.
recommended.
Not with this.
Regardless, he needs to be institutionalized with that dirty, hairy minge, Anita Sarkeesian, because he is one petty man-child. Just because none of us liked his fan fiction and his pandering masterpiece, all of a sudden, we don't matter. You know what? That's fine, because you know what does matter to Sony? Is that refunds and second-hand copies are flying off the shelves faster than Joel getting his skull blown out by its ma'am herself, Abby Zilla. Neil Drunkman, you're just gonna lay your stupidity all out there for people to see. Okay, you know what? We need to find Cuckmann a woman that will treat him the same way Joel was treated. Then maybe
Oh God, that fucking meme.
Respect. But the way he's going, he should work for Lucasfilm or Disney.
Yeah,
Ryan Johnson,
he'd fit right in, just absolutely perfect.
Never gonna beat me at destroying beloved franchises. And Neil Cuckmann is just standing there and is like, hold my soy latte. I mean, who the fuck has the nerve to say my critics or fans aren't important? I'll tell you who. A certain egotistical bitch who self-inserts himself into The Last of Us Part 2 just to spit on a beloved character's lifeless corpse. I remember when he said, I'd rather have people passionately hate The Last of Us Part 2. Well, you got your wish, dickhead.
Yep, congratulations. You got what you fucking want.
Remember, though, is when it comes to Neil Cuckmann, you have to keep an eye on any man who unironically wears their hair in a bun. We should have seen this one coming years ago, especially when he stole the franchise from a woman just to virtue signal that he's an ally of Whaman. And I'll say one more thing before I leave. This is what feminism is to me in 2020. Let's make all women look and act like men, because that's what they secretly want, to be men. And on that bombshell, thank you for watching. Mannix out.
Yep. Yeah. And also, by the way, let me just take out my headphones for a second. When it comes to The Last of Us, The Last of Us Part 2, there's just something that I kind of want to say. Now, I saw this in my timeline. I tried to look for it right before the stream, but unfortunately I couldn't find it. But someone in my timeline, or someone that I follow, replied to a tweet that someone posted, where apparently it detailed it detailed what Neil Druckmann himself wanted to do with the original Last of Us. And guess what? He got basically he got told no by Bruce Straley, the one who worked alongside him, who on The Last of Us. And a lot of people who try to defend this game that say that try to defend against the criticism that Neil Druckmann is apparently a hack, and they always try to defend it with, well, didn't he write the first one? Well, it turns out that might not actually be the case. It turns out that originally he initially he didn't want, like, what we got at the end wasn't initially what Neil Druckmann himself wanted. Initially, he always wanted to do the whole revenge thing. It turns out that his original plans for The Last of Us was he wanted Joel to be killed by Tess. You guys remember Tess, right? She was basically in the first part of the game, but then when we got to the building, it was revealed that she was infected, and then Joel and Ellie had to go on without her in order to, Joel had to take her to the Fireflies and all that stuff. Initially, he wanted Tess to kill Joel, and then he wanted Ellie to basically go on a revenge quest to kill Tess. So basically, he always wanted to do the whole revenge thing. And now that Bruce Straley wasn't here, he isn't working for Naughty Dog anymore, or at the very least, he isn't working on The Last of Us Part 2. Guess what? There's no one there to tell him no. There's no one there to tell him that his ideas are fucking terrible. And it seems like that was the case with The Last of Us Part 2. There was no one there to tell him, to sit him down and say, you know what, Neil, I'm sorry, but your ideas are just, they're not good, okay? Now, look, you and I, we can sit down, we can work together, and we can actually come up with a genuinely good, solid narrative that, actually expands this world that we built with the first one. We can further develop the characters. We can actually treat them with respect. If you still want to do the whole killing of Joel thing, we can still do that, except we can actually do it in a smart way that actually makes sense. And we can have the ending to the game actually be satisfying. Instead, no. Basically, I'm guessing he surrounded people in this game with a bunch of yes men, and anyone who said, like, anyone who even stood up and said, hey, like, this doesn't sound any good, guess what? You're either fired or you're shut down. Great. Again, it's basically Lucasfilm. It's Lucasfilm, except for The Last of Us. Anyone who tried to get up and tell people that, hey, The Last Jedi sucks, didn't listen. Didn't even bother listening. Oh boy, this is just a beautiful, beautiful fucking, just a beautiful world that we're living in, isn't it? I'm going to say the same thing to Neil that the Marauder said to the Doomslayer in Doom Eternal: "You are nothing but a usurper, a false idol." Yes, it is basically the same thing as the whole poop mouth with poop opinions. And guess what? That was just as bad. Again, you never tell your fans, your critics, that they don't matter, okay? You never do that. That is just a bad idea. That just makes you look arrogant, and it makes you just it just makes you look bad in front of your audience, okay? It paints you as someone who can't take any fucking criticism. And just you never want people to look at you that way. Actually, you shouldn't. Just as someone who's as a creative person, you should never be that. You should always be open to criticism. Anyway, okay. It seems like we've still got some time before the first panel starts. It should start in about a couple of hours. So you know what? I've got another thing that it's basically a video by another YouTuber where they basically review, or actually, you know what? Before we get to that one, before we get to this one, let's just I kind of promised you guys this, and I'm finally going to deliver. I've been putting this off for too long. Okay, just get my microphone. I was my headphones. Do a screen share. Okay. Here it is. This is the Angry Joe rant on the save slots in Metal Gear Survive. Oh boy, this is going to be good. Let me. You guys can hear it, can't you? This time.
What? Why is my hunger at 25?
Let me know if you can't hear it so I can fix it.
I saved when I was at 0 hunger, didn't I? Can we cheat? I'm gonna check that out. Oh, god damn it. I was about to say.
Okay, yeah, that's
I
good.
can't play co-op until you're far in there. What are all these locked things above my name? You see that?
It's harder.
What is 1,000 SV? Spend SV coins to purchase the following. You're buying a fucking save slot, Joe? Is that what I'm seeing here? Are you buying a fucking save slot?
Oh my!
Are we doing this now, Konami?
God!
Are we doing this for real? Like, you can only play this game with one character and one save slot unless you pay us $10. What is this? What is this? $1?
Go
Purchase
purchase.
SV coins. Store. 100 SV coins? What is
It's
1,000
more than that.
SV coins? I can't even buy the fucking amount. I gotta buy 11
Oh my
50 SV
God!
coins. You better not. You better not. Oh my God! Did I just buy that shit?
$10.
Oh my God!
$10.
10 fucking
Fuck
dollars
you.
for another fucking save slot.
Fuck you!
You,
Yes,
Konami,
yes, Joe. Fuck
seriously,
them.
this is
Fuck them.
not.
You can't see me,
happening.
but I'm flipping them off
This
right
is
now.
not happening.
Not Joe, Konami.
Gaming
Fuck
will not
you.
accept this. We will not accept this.
What do you mean
I don't want other
$10 for a
companies to
fucking
start to do
save
this
save
shit. Could you
slot? Like,
imagine this, Joe? If you're playing Skyrim,
Once.
could you imagine playing Skyrim and then saving like,
Only make one character. though.
fucking buying $10 every fucking? It's not even $1, Joe. They couldn't be like, okay, this is fucked up, but how about just $1? Can I have $1?
No.
Can I have $1?
even then, no,
They
not even
go,
$1. No, fuck you.
$10.
$10.
$9.99.
Jesus fucking Christ, are they fucking serious? $10 for a fucking save slot.
$30 to open up the game for
Who
you.
would want to continue playing it with other avatars, though? You played it
You want to
once.
save your game? That'll be $350. You want to save your game? $350.
Oh my God, fuck you.
Yeah, so what we have here is a loot box. This looks like a loot box system when you multiple rarities. I wonder if you can buy boxes. I think you can fucking buy boxes. Coin shop history, survive coin shop, special purchase items or privileges. Premium boost pass. What the fuck? For the single player game, we have this fucking shit too. Supply box capacity. More capacity. Hey, you know, No Man's Sky, pay me for more capacity slots.
This can't be real.
This is a great game. It's great, Joe. It's well balanced. It's
10
not
out of 10?
grindy at all.
10 out of 10.
It's not grindy. I'm not ready to say that yet. It's got a few more
But those saving
microtransactions to
slots,
go.
though, Those saving slots,
savings.
I think it pushes it to.
Yeah,
I've never
yes,
seen
yes,
it before.
proven beetle. Yes,
You wanted
absolutely.
Leader.
something new? Bam! They gave you something
The
new.
leader in the industry. God damn it!
Get on top.
Motherfucker. Oh shit!
Dead. That was a jump scare.
It got me. It got me.
Captain.
dare say, our mission has ended in failure.
If that is not a perfect summary of this game compared to Metal Gear, I don't know what is.
Captain. I dare say you suck.
Moment of silence, Joe. Sure, bow your head.
Fuck one up. Ah!
Joe, we don't have time to around.
I could convert it.
Convert what?
My Cubans.
Do you guys remember when Metal
What?
Gear games actually had stealth?
Oh.
Probably one of the things that people actually really
God,
liked
that's
about the
true.
game, other than the story, was the stealth.
Can't forget about it.
And now it's this is what it is. This is what it's turned into, really. You're fighting as zombies, so it's basically
All you need is a higher ground. You got this game.
Does this look fun to you?
That's everybody.
I want you to collect all these cubits.
Got it.
All right.
that looks like
It's gotta be
such a
an easy
fun
one.
game.
So I want to make a point
hmm
to add on to the buying $10 save slot thing. So if we were brothers, because we are brothers, Joe, but if we were actual brothers in the same household and I bought the game, in order for you to play, you need to pay $10. Isn't that fucked
Fuck
up?
off.
Even though I already bought the game, you also need to buy the game. That is
Bullshit.
fucking DRM, and this is always online, by the way. Even though this game is like 90% single player with a tacked on multiplayer mode, it's always online. So you have that bullshit. Wow. I guess you could play on another account. That's true. On console. But you wouldn't be able to do it on the computer. Because if you sign into another Steam account, then you need to spend another $40 so that you could buy the game. So you could probably do it on console.
My point is, these incidents don't make sense. My theory is correct.
He just stopped. That's how I feel. Like this voice actor's like, okay. Can I? You guys are gonna have to pay me more for this stuff. Because did you hear the way he trailed off there? That was great. I was like, I can't do this. All right. 5 more grand. Okay, all right. Forget it. Sorry for buying.
With what you were gonna say.
Continue the game.
Oh, God.
Getting back to the report, Captain. The data you recovered revealed the location of a wormhole transporter.
My God, this sounds so fucking boring.
And the hanging pot.
Wormhole transporters
They-
are devices utilizing wormhole technology, which enable instant transportation to distant points.
Yeah, it is.
So we can use this thing to get home?
Points.
So you mean that there's two?
How did this franchise go from creating fantastic games like Metal Gear Solid, MGS, MGS2, MGS3 is one of my all-time favorites. MGS4 was fine. And MGS5 was just I did not enjoy that game.
So there's
She just said that, Reeves.
why am I laughing? Let me get this straight. Well, I can tell you that the initial experience with this game is a little below average because it's better than Umbrella Corps. I can tell you that. That was just the tutorial, so I'm willing to give the game some more time here.
Which we are. We're gonna
But,
review.
Yeah, we
and
are.
playing some more.
But it's kind of already looking pretty grindy and repetitive. and
Get food, get water.
it's got some really insulting tactics, save slots, microtransactions, unnecessary, and all that other stuff. So yeah, stay tuned for an angrier review of this, and I think it's gonna be on the side of angry. All right.
Okay. Well. My God, what the fuck happened? What the fuck was that? That was absolute shit. First of all, again, if that was the gameplay, my God, that was embarrassing. That was embarrassing. That was the best you could do. The fucking gameplay. It looked boring as fuck. And not only that, again, the fucking just $10 fucking dollars for a save slot. Fun. Did Konami just forget how to make good games? Did they really just forget how to make good games? It's just like what happened to them? I mean, okay, yeah, oh yeah, the FIFA 21 cover art. Hold on, let me bring that up. I can't. My God, everything's just gotten so fucking lazy, and they wonder why they look to independent creators now, because they're fucking tired. They're fucking tired of the laziness. They're fucking tired of people not putting any effort. Look at this. Look at this. What the fuck is this? What is it? It's just a fucking collage. This is something anyone could do on their fucking PC. Like what the hell? Or no, not even their PC, even their cheap fucking laptops. It's just like I could do this shit back in high school. Like what the hell? This is lame. Why? Like what the fuck happened? This is so fucking bad. And you know what? Just to compare it, let's look at some of the other let's look at some of the earlier let's look at some of the other Wait, can you hear me now? You can hear me now, can't you? Oh, okay. Yeah, there we go. Anyway, look at the cover for Doom Eternal. But basically, just in case you weren't wondering, what I was saying before, basically all of the other covers, um, including this one, is still a hell of a lot better than this shit. And again, this is Doom Eternal. Look at this. This looks like actual art. This looks like actual art. Let's look at some of the others. Look at this. Look at this. Absolutely fantastic. Here. Look at this. Fantastic. Just looks like actual art. It looks like someone actually decided to put some fucking effort behind it. Like what the hell? Yeah. Like look at this. This looks like an actual painting. Like what happened? What is this? What is this? This is dumb. Like who the hell did they hire to make this a fucking 2-year-old? This is terrible. Oh boy. I don't know what else to say. It's just that was so fucking stupid. Jesus fucking Christ, was it bad? Oh my God. It's just terrible. It's fucking terrible. Oh boy. I don't. It's just okay. Okay. Now this is just a little something before we get to the. Just something else that I kind of wanted to talk about before we get to the next video, which is this. I saw this, and I wanted to discuss this a little bit. And I don't know if any of you are. I don't know if any of you are Game of Thrones fans, but it seems like I have a bit of news for you guys, and it's this. Apparently, George R. R. Martin provided an update when it comes to the Game of Thrones, the Winds of Winter, and it seems like let's just take a quick look at this article and see what the hell he has to say. The author and creator of Game of Thrones and the Song of Ice and Fire series recently provided an update on the next book in the series, The Winds of Winter. You can see this. Okay, he wrote this writing stuff is hard. Oh, boo fucking who. Of course it's hard, but people still do it. Well, he's not writing. Martin indicated he's been doing editorial work for 3 new wildcard books. He explained in a copious spare time he's been doing some editorial groundwork where Agatha Christie, H.P. Lovecraft have a wild weekend. Yeah, they should be fun. We're in the early days, so we're reading them until 2022. Jesus fucking Christ, what the hell? Me and the Frog are headed back to Westeros. He teased the novel writing coming the scenes just in England. Blah, 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 blah. What else? I really was on one of this previously. Just forget it. Basically, what he's trying to say is that I'm still working on the book and we're not going to see it for years. odds are you're not going to see it until like late 2021. So if you're a Song of Ice and Fire fan and you've been waiting, like I know you've been waiting 9 fucking years for this book. Well, I'm sorry to tell you, but it seems like you're going to have to wait another year. I don't know what else to tell you. He's not going to finish the books. He's just not going to, which is a shame because for me, for me, it's just there's nothing worse than an unfinished story. Well, there are some things that are worse, like for example, what a certain game developer just did. It's just fucking dumb. But yeah, an unfinished story is just it's terrible. I fucking hate it every single time that happens. Whether it's the story that started and it gets canceled or it's ended before it gets a chance to before the person in charge gets a chance to actually tell their story. It sucks. And sometimes it's not even on the studio or anything. Sometimes it's just the person working on it just doesn't want to work on it anymore. And it's starting to seem like they like they don't care anymore, and that's it kind of sucks. Wait, what do you mean it's back? What do you mean it's back? It's been gone for a while. What do you mean it's back? Hold on. I thought it was over. You know what? If they yeah, okay. In all honesty, as pissed off as I am at the fact that it's back, I they can go ahead and do it. If they really want to waste money making more of that bullshit, let them go ahead. I'd much rather they could keep doing it, waste more money, and just go bankrupt. Let them go bankrupt at this point. I don't even care anymore. They've made their bed. Let them sleep in it. Yeah. It's quite possible because look, I mean, at the very least, if they, at least when they're hating on it, it means that they're still getting attention. I'm starting to feel like that's all these people care about. They just want attention. They don't care about making a good show. They don't care about, uh, you know, like respecting fans. They don't care about any of that. They just want attention. That's all they care about, and it sucks that these are the people in charge of making entertainment these days. And again, another reason why we're going to independent creators because they unlike all of these hacks, they actually care. They care about fans. They care about entertainment. They care about pop culture. What's this? Let them again. Uh, it's their funeral. It's their funeral. Let them. Okay. Wait, seriously? Did they already release the trailer? Hold on, let me just check it out. I don't know if I'll be able to. I don't know if I'll be able to actually play the actual trailer, but let me just because I do think I'm gonna get copyright strike for that. So let me just see if I can. Let's see if I can see the trailer. What's the name of the movie? Let me just check. Here we go. Here we go. I won't be able to. I'm sorry. I won't be able to actually show the trailer because again, I'm afraid I might get a copyright strike. But I am watching it. I have it right here in front of me. Okay, it's about a minute. It's about 2 minutes long. So let's see if what you said is correct. Like they introduce things that they expect that the viewers expect to have already watched from the original continuity. Okay, so I'm expecting a lot of Alien Force. I'm expecting a lot of Ultimate Alien, or maybe even some from Omniverse. So let's see. What? Oh, wait a minute. Is this who I think it is? No, not this. The ship from earlier, the purple energy. I have an idea as to who this might be. Oh, they introduced. Oh God, what was his name? God damn it! Why am I blanking out on his name? His first appearance was in the original series back in the. It was Tetrax. Well, that was his name, wasn't it? Tetrax. The other the other guy who's the same race as Diamond Head. He's the one who basically gave Ben the floating hoverboard. Floating hoverboard. Redundant. What? Okay, so that's Ghost Freak. That's Ripjaws. That's oh God, who's this? Okay, okay, so they actually have Ben Wolf here again. See, yeah, it's all things that you would only know this if you watched the original show. Especially if you watched Alien Force and Ultimate Alien, you're not gonna know who any of these characters are. Yeah, especially Ghost Freak, the way he looks right now, you're not gonna know. Like, you're not gonna get that unless you watch the original series. Oh, there's Galvin. No, no. Azimuth, that's his name. Okay, so we've already got Azimuth. Okay, so Vilgax is coming back. I hate the voice for Vilgax. I hate it. It's not good. It's especially when you compare it to the Vilgax from the original. And I'm talking about the original Ben 10, not Alien Force and Ultimate Alien, because I especially hated that they changed the voice actor, that they brought in someone else. It's just the first voice for Vilgax was absolute perfection, and the fact that they changed it, I still have no idea why they did that. Okay, so you've got Way Big, which I don't know if they introduced him in the actual show, but again, if they didn't, then yeah, you're not gonna see. The trailer is supposed to get you excited, and the problem is a lot of the things that they expect is going to excite the audience it'll only cater to the audience that know the show. Like you said, you won't get excited unless you've watched the original show, and like this new show. It seems like it also does the same. Like there's a lot of elements in the show that only fans of the original are that fans of the original would get. not new fans. And it seems like it's the same with this movie. Wait, Kevin was only there for toy sales, not because he's an actually pretty good, fantastic character. Like, oh my god. Of course, they only care about toy sales. They don't care about the show. They don't care about the character. Not knowing that people bought the toys because they like the show, because they like the character. No, it's just, yeah. Is there more? Okay, seems like there isn't any more. So, God, these people. Contacted the art designer for Google Duel on Twitter and asked him if there was a Google remake. Would he work? And he replied with a positive response. Yes, that's what you're supposed to do. If fans are talking to you and they're trying to interact with you, you're supposed to respond positively. Don't be a dick. Okay, it's as simple as that. Don't be a dick. And yet, for some reason, it seems like that's a hard concept for them to understand. I'll never understand. I don't get why it's so difficult for them to understand the concept of not acting like an asshole. Anyway. Okay. That's that. Now let's get to this. But before, okay. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, think about it. Like, who would come up with the idea of saying, "Hey, you know what? You know what I want these elementary school kids to do? I want them to twerk. I want them to shake their asses. Yeah, kids are gonna love that. Kids are going to love this. Just these fucking people." This honestly doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me one bit. Okay, I have another video that we're going to watch now. This one's a bit long, and it's at least an hour and a half long. And I saved it for last because it's right before we finally get to the panels. So let me just do a screen share the audio. Okay, here it is. Now, this is a review on The Last of Us Part 2, and it's by a YouTuber called Miss Anthropony. Now, I am familiar with the name. I'm familiar with this YouTuber. I'm familiar with their work. Now, when they released a review for The Last of Us Part 2, I knew I wanted to watch it, but instead of watching it on my own, I saved it for this stream. Shit. Okay. Let's go ahead and watch it. I'm going to watch it in 3, 2, 1. Play.
You still in the fucking building?
Oh, okay.
Abby.
No,
Abby, don't look.
Dad!
No one cares. Nobody cares. I do not have tears running down my face right now.
Oh, boo-hoo! Let me play a sad song for you on the world's smallest violin.
Yeah, like really, are we supposed to feel sad for you? I mean,
The Last of Us is one of those video games where the experience
I mean, Jesus Christ, lady, we're living in a world where almost everyone has lost someone, okay? You're not special.
is driven by the story over its gameplay. The way it subtly builds both the world and its characters was genuinely interesting, and something that really hooks you in and motivates you to keep playing. The narrative that surrounded Joel's struggle for survival in this post-apocalyptic world is not what I consider a masterpiece of storytelling, but it still does a pretty good job showing you the narrative prowess that
Yeah,
Naughty
it
Dog
is.
known
It's
for.
desperate.
It has a very interesting setting that shows how desperate people are to survive in this world, showing the steps they take and the new roles they practice to ensure survival. We see how hopeless things in this world are, but we also see glimmers of hope with people making an effort to rebuild civilization.
Yeah.
But there's also a lot of danger lurking in every corner. It explores both the best and the worst of human nature in a world where morality is no longer present and it's kill or be killed. And yet, it still takes time to let people become familiar with its setting and cast in order to develop relationships with people who are worth protecting.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest and say that if it wasn't for the storytelling of The Last of Us, I would have instantly dismissed it as another mediocre and boring third-person shooter, as a lot of its game
The story
elements
is what got
really
a lot
not
of
held
us
up. The
invested in
horrendous
this
enemy AI,
franchise. The
repetitive
characters.
stealth, illogical item management, clunky swimming controls, unremarkable melee combat, the linear design of many of the areas. There's a lot of things about it that really didn't age gracefully. And yet, for some reason, people still find themselves revisiting this game from time to time. Maybe it was the realism of people trying to survive in a world overrun by an infection followed by the collapse of civilization. Maybe it was the exploration of getting to see what life on Earth would be like after humans, with all sorts of vegetation and plant life overgrowing what was once thriving cities. Maybe it was just that desire to delve into that grayness of human nature, exploring what people are willing to do to survive. But I think what truly made this game work so well was how the story developed Joel as a character and his relationship with Ellie. The story of Joel Miller isn't anything new. A father who goes through a tragic loss but finds hope in his relationship with a stranger who ends up becoming family to him, as he struggles to survive in this harsh, unforgiving world. But it's told in a really massive and personal way that manages to leave an impact on the player. He's never portrayed as either a saint with a heart of gold or an unempathetic monster, just a person being driven to do bad things to survive. But as you go through the game, pieces of Joel's humanity begin to shine through more and more. And near the end of it, we see him trying to hold on to that humanity even as he has to keep making those decisions that question his morality. And nowhere is that conveyed more clearly than in his strong bond with Ellie throughout the experience. The surrogate father and daughter relationship between them is one of the most captivating that video games have hosted in recent years. There's a lot of examples that I can point to that support how well written this relationship is, but the two that I would go with most is the argument in Tony's Ranch and when Joel comforts Ellie after she kills David.
Sorry, just give me 1 minute. I need to just take care of something. I'll be right back. Just give me about 5 minutes. Okay, so I'm back. Sorry about that. Let's had some things to take care of. Okay, let's continue in 3, 2, 1.
Argument details how deeply both Ellie and Joel have been affected by the apocalypse and the survivor's guilt they had to deal with over the years, with Ellie explaining how hurt she feels that Joel wants to get rid of her but relies on him for moral support, and Joel trying to distance himself out of fear from being hurt from the loss of a second daughter. It's an argument that delves into the difficulties they both have opening themselves up to other people, knowing they could be taken away at any time. And it comes full circle in the scene where Joel tries calming Ellie after she kills David. And the reason that it comes full circle is that we finally see how emotionally vulnerable both of them are, and how they've deeply grown to care about each other. Throughout the game, Ellie was trying to make herself out to be tougher than she actually is. She was capable, witty, sarcastic, and she swore a lot to come across as tough. But she always acted tough when someone else was around. And now she's in a situation where she's truly all by herself trying to survive. And her dark encounter with David has revealed to her just how unforgiving, sinister, and horrifying the world can be, further amplifying her fears of losing Joel as well as her own life. And when Joel finally finds and comforts her, she breaks down realizing the fullest extent of the horrors that Joel had to go through for the last 20 years, and she'll never be the same again because of it. But in that same moment of darkness, Joel gives her a glimmer of light through the way he comforts her, trying to calm her nerves and ensuring her he would keep her safe. And for the first time in 20 years, Joel was truly afraid of losing something, and he felt legitimately worried for Ellie. He grew to care for her as his own, and even calls her baby girl when trying to ease her stress, something that he only ever did for Sarah. When you look at these two scenes back to back, it really helps to explain what made the relationship between Joel and Ellie resonate so strongly with people. They show how human they are, how headstrong but vulnerable they are. They're not just a formulaic surrogate father and daughter, they're both fully realized characters, and it's their story that we follow throughout the game. Joel struggling to survive while looking for a reason to keep going, and Ellie trying to set things right for the world so that all the hardships and losses she went through would mean something. It's one of those very few times where it makes the rather mediocre gameplay worth it because the reward that you get for interacting with it is so captivating.
Yeah.
For all of its flaws, The Last of Us is something that's really worth experiencing at least once, because it's something that explores what it means to be human in an intrinsic way. And it's why so many people find themselves talking about it over 5 years later, because its story is timeless. One that you can experience at any point in your life and still find it relatable. One that explores loss, redemption, relationships between people, and struggling with your humanity in a way that not a lot
I wouldn't
of games
blame her
do.
for hating
and
it.
for that, The Last of Us is a very special game that has
Considering
really
it was
earned its
made by the guy
reputation
who
as
pretty
one
much
of the
kicked
most
her
beloved
out.
of all time. And I bring this up because I think it's important for people to know why people love the first game before we talk about the atrocious story of its sequel.
Yeah.
Joel, please get up.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't want to see that again.
See, there's a sequel. Wasn't as good.
I can
Yeah.
already tell there's a bunch of people watching this and going, oh, but you can't review this game if you didn't buy it and test out the gameplay. Now, while it is true that I haven't tested out the gameplay of The Last of Us Part 2, I did take the time to watch the cutscenes. And considering that The Last of Us was a game driven solely by its story, I think it's a safe bet that I can use that to determine how
Yeah.
thoroughly disgusting and offensive this game is, and why it deserves to be hated by everyone.
Absolutely.
The Last of Us Part 2 was the most emotionally manipulative, poorly paced, terribly written, retcon-infested, plot-contrived, character assassinating, ass-pulling, and disrespectful continuation of a beloved series that disregards everything people loved about the original that I've ever had the misfortune of experiencing. And I sat through the Star Wars sequel trilogy. It's an ungodly mess of a plot that actively goes against good
We all
character
had to sit through
storytelling
the
for the
sequel
sake
trilogy.
of meeting a feminist social justice warrior agenda, much like the Star Wars sequel
Yeah.
trilogy. And today we're here to talk about why. So let's take a look at this abortion of a video game and find out how The Last of Us Part 2 is worse than you think.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm willing to bet a lot of them haven't played it themselves either.
Huawei Nova 7 5G versus Samsung Galaxy S20.
Oh, Jesus
Nova
Christ.
has 5.
I don't care about this shit.
When the game was leaked and information on the plot was revealed, there wasn't too much to go on except some cutscenes and pinpoints on the plot. And while the leaks were legit, there was still the distinction that there was more to it than what was shown. And perhaps it won't be so bad when the game actually comes out. Well, it's out now, and the content is so much worse when you
Yeah.
get the full context.
That's
First,
that. Excuse me. That's what I think is so. That's what I think is so interesting. Is like we all thought that the leaks themselves were terrible, just by reading them. And people thought, well, you just need to wait for the game. Context will make it a hell of a lot better. No, it didn't. It just made it a hell of a lot worse. It actually made it worse. Like, you fucking idiots.
When the game was leaked and information on the plot was revealed, there wasn't too much to go on except some cutscenes and pinpoints on the plot. And while the leaks were legit, there was still the distinction that there was more to it than what was shown. And perhaps it won't be so bad when the game actually comes out. Well, it's out now, and the content is so much worse when you get the full context. First, let's talk about Joel. The way his character is actually killed off is so disrespectful and badly rushed that you get the sensation that Cuckmann just wanted to get rid of him as quickly as possible for the sake of this horrible revenge plot. Now, here's the thing. Joel dying is completely expected. I'm sure a lot of people thought he was going to die in this game. And Joel dying by itself isn't a bad idea. You can kill him, but it has to be done in a meaningful way or one that enhances the story. Maybe he heroically sacrifices himself to save Ellie. Maybe he starts to give in to old age and his health starts to fail, and Ellie is desperately trying to keep him alive. Something that gives proper respect to a character that a lot of people cared about. Nope, he's just arbitrarily killed off in literally the first 2 hours by some random trans figure we're supposed to care about. When I heard about Joel dying, I was kind of expecting it to happen like halfway through the game, or maybe
we all
thought
that.
In literally the first 2 hours. Killing him this early in
Not
such a
even
half-assed
2 hours
way by the hands of a nobody that the audience has no connection with is not exactly what I call respectful. And the way he dies doesn't even make any sense. In the first game, Joel was an extremely cautious survivor. He could tell when someone was being deceitful, like those raiders in the city. He was
okay. Sorry. It's just this in particular. Every time I hear people try to defend this scene in particular, is there's nothing wrong with this. Like, what are you talking about? Yes, there is. Again, he's about to get into it. Just listen.
Kind of expecting it to happen like halfway through the game, or maybe
Not
third
yet.
of the game. But no, they kill him in literally the first 2 hours. Killing him this early in such a half-assed way by the hands of a nobody that the audience has no connection with is not exactly what I call respectful. And the way he dies doesn't even make any sense. In the first game, Joel was an extremely cautious survivor. He could tell when someone was being deceitful, like those raiders in the city. He was extremely careful with who he gave his trust to, especially to complete strangers. On top of that, Joel and Tommy were really careful to not just give out their names to random people that they come across.
True.
Ellie says in the prologue that they had to take a lot of precautions to survive after the outbreak. You'd think that keeping their real names a secret would be one of those things.
Exactly.
Given what we saw in the first game, Joel wouldn't just trust these random strangers so easily. He'd at least be a little bit suspicious of them. But no, apparently the guy whose motto in the original game was to not trust total strangers is now trusting total strangers by telling him his name and where he lives.
Exactly. Like that's one of the things that honestly pissed me off the most. And it's one that I actually cannot believe that people actually try to vouch for the scene, saying that, oh, it's expected. Like, I mean, why wouldn't he? I mean, they did just offer him shelter. It didn't matter. The fact is, Joel had no idea who any of these people are. He had no idea who these people are. Why the hell would he trust them? And it's the same thing. Like, did they forget that in the first game, like, yes, Joel was cautious of everything because he knew that in the world that they're living in now, you can't just trust anyone. Like, you have to be really, really careful. You have to be. You can't afford to be naive in this world, because everyone now is out for themselves, unless it's someone that you know for a fact won't like kill you. You wouldn't trust them. And yet here he just gives them their name like it's nothing. And I've heard a lot of people try to defend it, saying, well, it's actually Tommy who gives out their names. No, he didn't. Tommy gives out his name and he just says, this is my brother. And then Joel says, Joel. Like, why?
This is really out of character for Joel to do, and it's even more insulting that this is exactly what gets him killed.
Yeah.
And on top of that, it's a really long stretch when you consider the fact that Joel has been a hardened survivor for 25 years. This guy trained himself to be cautious of things like traps, ambushes, and situations exactly like this for decades. He was a badass veteran who could take on groups of thugs and zombies, using his wits and his smarts to survive most situations. And this is how he's supposed to go out? Like a worthless nobody who's easily duped by a group of kids? That's just lazy. Who in their right mind decided that this would be a meaningful way to handle Joel's death? offing him in literally the first 2 hours in a way that completely disservices his character and rushing to it just so he can be
Cuckmann,
tossed into the
that's who.
trash heap and forgotten about. And what makes it so disgusting is that it turns Joel into a shitty plot device. Not a character that people cared about in the first game. There's no meaning behind his death or how he gets killed. And there's no connection between him and Abby as characters. She's just a random woman who he doesn't know who just decides to kill him without an explanation. The least they could have done was have Joel put up some kind of fight. A last stand where he takes some of them down before Abby does him in. Something that shows how he's the same hardened veteran you controlled in the first game. Instead, he just lets his guard down like an idiot, gets shot in the kneecaps, and beaten to death with a golf club without fighting back. He doesn't get any meaningful final words, he doesn't get a chance to talk to Ellie before he dies, he doesn't even get to have a scene with her before getting killed. It's one thing to kill Joel, but the way they actually kill him off leaves you feeling absolutely nothing. The circumstances surrounding it are so painfully contrived, and the pacing is so horribly rushed that it just feels worthless. Joel is simply not a character in this game. He's literally a plot device for motivating Ellie's revenge. And if that's not enough to convince you, take a look at this scene. Yeah, remember the one where Joel follows Ellie into the wilderness and tells her you'd think I'd let you do this on your own? Well, fuck you, because in the actual game, it's some other dude who follows Ellie into the wilderness, and he's the one who asked that to Ellie.
Yes, this. Oh my God, this pissed so many people off. This pissed so many people off. Like everyone was pissed off at this because you tricked us. You lied to us. It was false advertising. You made us think that Joel was going to go on this adventure with Ellie. We were going to get another adventure with Ellie and Joel. And it was a trick. Fuck you. Fuck you, Naughty Dog. Seriously, fuck you.
Literally lied to you about him playing an important role in the story just for the sake of subverting your expectations. Yeah, because it worked so well when Rian Johnson did it. And this actually feeds into a huge middle finger that this game pulls off. The way it was marketed. Everything about every single trailer was used to advertise this game in a way that was very specific to deceive you and lie to you about what it was actually going to focus on. Remember the trailer that got everyone hyped, where Joel asked Ellie if she's really going to go through with this? Remember all the trailers that showed Ellie in a relationship with Dina, before showing trailers where they make it look like she's the one who's going to get killed and Ellie's going to avenge her death? And with all the trailers they put out, did you ever notice how suspiciously they tried to hide Abby's portion of the campaign? Yeah, there's that one trailer where everyone thought she was Ellie's mom for I have no idea. But aside from that, the way Naughty Dog advertised this game was thoroughly and completely
I'm actually surprised that people haven't already tried to sue Naughty Dog for this.
Really gonna be about. Joel playing an important role in the story was a lie. Expanding on the relationship between him and Ellie was a lie. Abby not being the new protagonist was a lie.
Yeah, this entire game was filled with false advertising.
Joel's presence in the game and how the plot revolves around his death just feels really dirty. They had to have known that the actual plot was gonna piss people off. Why else do you think they try to hide it? They literally tried to trick you into selling shit, and whoever leaked the fucking thing actually did a service to the public.
Yes,
Again,
he did.
It's not that Joel dies at all, it's how he died.
Yes,
and how it
thank you.
completely
Very
depends on his character
important.
And cheapens his relationship with Ellie. He literally exists just to be killed and drive Ellie's petty motivation for revenge. And any appearances he makes in flashbacks don't matter because they don't resonate with this plot. This story was said to be done in a way that pays great respect to Joel and Ellie. I don't see anything
Bullshit.
respectable about what happens to either of them in this game.
I'm talking about
With
this, by
Joel
the way.
getting killed off in the first 2 hours by some nobody, and then have that nobody be the new protagonist that you control while brutalizing Ellie. Is this really what you actually want out of a sequel for the story of the first game? To see the two characters that you were meant to care about and sympathize with being turned into the villains, while glorifying this freak of nature as sympathetic? Fucking insulting. The Last of Us was about Joel and Ellie. It was about their hardships and their struggles to come out of it as better people. And now you're making it about some shitty revenge narrative where you have to play as the character who brutally murders Joel and beat the shit out of Ellie and her pregnant girlfriend. And we'll get into more of that later. But for now, I just want to ask, what the fuck did you do to Ellie in this game?
They completely destroyed her
Ellie in the first
character.
game was a great and lovable character.
Mhm.
One of the reasons why people loved the first game so much was because it was their goal to keep her safe.
And why we all
they made
agreed with
accomplishing
Joel's
that goal a
decision at the
satisfying
end to save
experience.
her.
She was funny, witty,
None of us wanted her
with
to
a smart
die.
mouth, curious, upbeat, sweet, and adorable. And she was also just as human as Joel with moments of fear and weakness. She had a fun and likable personality that made you want to spend time with her. But in this game, you just feel really, and I mean really, uncomfortable around Ellie. All of her personality has been completely stripped away. turning her into a revenge-obsessed idiot. She acts like the biggest edgelord throughout this entire game, and it's not fun to control a character with such a bleak and shallow personality. And if you want to say that this is a legitimate reaction from someone who saw a loved one getting brutally murdered, that doesn't justify Ellie's character being so unlikable. I mean, it's one thing to want to avenge Joel's death, but she just goes on a blind murderous rampage. Every scene with Ellie in this game, her extremely aggressive behavior, every line of dialogue that comes out of her mouth, she's a goddamn psychotic. I mean, holy shit.
Yes, she
None
was.
of the stuff Joel did in the first game was even remotely close to being as grim and horrifying as the stuff Ellie does in this game. And in spite of her being the hero that we're supposed to sympathize with, they take every route that you can possibly think of to make her look as evil as possible. Abandoning Dina and her newborn baby, killing dogs, threatening people who had nothing to do with Joel's death, and to top it all off, she even kills a pregnant woman, and the game never bothers to focus on that. This should have been the moment where Ellie ultimately decides that her revenge wasn't worth it, because she ended up killing an unborn baby in blind rage. If you want to make Ellie sympathetic, make this the moment where she realizes revenge will eventually turn you into a monster. Not that retarded excuse for an ending, and trust me, we're gonna get to that later. Even outside of the whole
fucking
grim,
hated
dark
the
revenge
ending.
stuff, the way Ellie is characterized throughout the game just feels wrong. In the intro, she turns down a very genuine apology from someone who was humbly admitting that they were acting inappropriate, but she doesn't forgive him and calls him a
Oh
bigot,
god,
which
fuck
makes me
that
question,
stupid
how does she not know
line.
what an ice cream truck is, yet knows what bigot means. Her attitude comes across as highly entitled and unappreciative, and she's also incredibly stupid as she's too busy smoking weed and making out with Dina to do her job, or even notice that something happened to Joel. She's a dumb twat who acts highly principled and too much like a sulky teenager, and throughout the game she does nothing but mope and complain. And they also made her really, really stupid. When talking to Tommy about going after Abby, he brings up some very good points as to why she shouldn't just go running off on her own, and she's just like, whatever. And in her first fight with Abby, the way that you beat her is to catch her from behind enough times to subdue her. Not only is this lazy, but it's really out of character for Ellie. I just find it really hard to believe that with all she's experienced that she would be easily duped by Abby like this repeatedly. And she's just boring. Like, incredibly boring. You took one of the most unique characters in the first game, took out all of the things that made her fun, and made her into a dumbass on a revenge kick. Not to mention depraving her of her humanity and trying to make her look as evil as possible just to make Abby look good in comparison. And the Ellie that we grew to love in the first game simply wasn't like this. Ellie was just so much more interesting in the first game because her character was given more to work with.
Yeah.
She was a real kid who forced herself to grow up in a harsh environment. She was empathetic but also really tough. She was just as flawed and vulnerable as Joel, which gave the player something to relate to. Even in the Left Behind DLC where she's forced to look over Joel while remembering her past life with Riley, they showed how she was becoming a hardened survivor and took experience from Joel, but they also took the time to portray her as a real kid, someone who's just trying to get some fun and enjoyment out of this grim post-apocalyptic world. All of her interactions with Riley were so well written and charming. We got to see a more free-spirited side of her before she started grieving over her friend's death. And even after Riley's death, she never became a depressed emo and still kept herself upbeat and snarky. But Ellie in this game is like a female version of Sasuke Uchiha. She's just miserable, unpleasant, and all-around unenjoyable to be around. This isn't like Kratos, where his quest for revenge was interesting because they took the time to delve into his character and what drove him to be a ruthless warrior.
Yeah,
And God of War took the time to delve into his humanity, like where he acknowledged that he was horrible and offers to atone by murdering himself.
Yeah.
In comparison,
Spoilers
Ellie
for
never
the
gets
game.
a moment where she's struggling with some sort of humanity. And even when they try to do something like that, it ends up getting wasted as she just reverts
It's kind of
into being
ironic
an
because I'm
edgy
actually
idiot.
one of the
And
few
even if
people
you
that
put all
actually
that
like
aside, I
Sasuke.
still can't think of anything to like about Ellie in this game because there's
Though I
nothing
do
to
acknowledge,
like.
towards
And
the
that's
later
main
part of the
problem with
series,
Ellie's character.
it got a
has
bit
no
much.
substance. She's nothing more than a
I
revenge-obsessed
actually prefer
freak
the
in a
part
game
when
where every other
Sasuke
character
over
is
part
already a
2.
revenge-obsessed freak. She doesn't even stand out as a unique character. She's the same miserable piece of shit as everybody else.
Yeah.
All because they wanted to make a shitty story about the cycle of revenge and how bad it's supposed to be. Even if that's the story they wanted to go with, they didn't even succeed in
Oh
making
shit!
it work.
Wait. Oh god, this fuck. What is this? Fuck, I don't care.
First of all, they don't even do anything new, interesting, or unique with this revenge plot. It's the exact same by-the-numbers story that you've seen so many times, and it's also been done so much better.
Oh
in
yeah,
other forms of
Berserk.
media.
Berserk is
So right
absolutely
off the bat, the
fantastic.
story is already suffering
Go
from being
watch the
incredibly
anime or read the
formulaic
manga
and
if you haven't. Trust
predictable.
me.
Not that the first game was unpredictable, but they still added some twists and turns that helped it stand out from other zombie apocalypse stories. This shitty revenge plot is as painfully cliched and unremarkable as you can possibly get. Nothing new, nothing interesting, and nothing that helps it stand out, which just makes it boring to play through. And even if you're not bothered by the lack of originality and predictable writing, the revenge narrative still doesn't work because everything about it completely conflicts with the story from the first game. Remember how it ended with Joel putting his
Dude, you
relationship
definitely
with Ellie
should.
over
Trust
humanity
me.
getting another chance,
Watch the
and
anime.
how it split the fan base?
Specifically the original '90s anime. Go watch that. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10. That's how good it is. Trust me. It's pretty fucking good. Go. Sorry, I'm pausing. I just want to get this out of the way because I don't want to talk over the video. Go watch the original '90s anime. Don't watch any of the new anime. Trust me, it's fucking terrible. Go watch the original '90s anime, and then they released 3 movies. The first movie is basically just a recap of everything that the original '90s series already did. Then go watch the other 2 movies because they do a good job of continuing the story up until, and then when those 2 movies end, then just go read the manga. Don't watch any of the newer animes because trust me, they are like I'm still fucking pissed at how they completely botched it. Just go read the manga. It's a hell of a lot better. So yeah, watch the original '90s anime. Then when out of the 3 movies, just watch the second and the third one. You'll get the rest of the story up until like the I would say, like I would call the up. It covers all the way up until I would say the end of the what's known as the Golden Age era of Berserk. And then to continue the story, just read the manga. Trust me, it's pretty damn good. You'd be doing yourself a favor.
Based on whether or not he made the right decision, that's what made it work so well. The tone of the first game was entirely about moral ambiguity, so ending it with Joel being a morally ambiguous character was a brilliant way to wrap up the story. You could make the argument that Joel is unlikable for preventing humanity from getting a cure, but you can also make the argument that he saved Ellie from a group of terrorists with no guarantee that they'd actually get a cure. And not only does it bring Joel's morality into question, but it also leaves you, the player, asking if you would have done the same thing. Would you be willing to sacrifice humanity's second chance to save your child? Would you be willing to sacrifice someone important to you to save the world? It brings up the psychology of not just Joel, but also the player. It's actually really interesting when you think about it, as it stands for rationality versus irrationality, an ending that actually makes people reflect on themselves. And here comes the sequel to just shit all over that.
Yep.
Not only is Joel killed, but he's swiftly killed in the most brutal and depressing way possible in literally the first 2 hours of the game, as Ellie begs and pleads for his life. And then after that, you're forced to play a good chunk of the game as Joel's murderer, and you're also being forced to sympathize with her. And the cherry on top of this retarded sundae is that while controlling her, you have to smash Ellie's face in while being tempted to slit the throat of her pregnant girlfriend. That's a load of fucked up we'll get to later, but the context that I'm getting from this is that by taking control of Abby, killing Joel, and beating the shit out of Ellie, you are actively retconning the message
so
that you were
fucking
sending to people
terrible.
with the first game. You're telling them that what Joel did was 100% objectively wrong, and that Ellie is completely wrong for wanting to avenge her father figure.
What?
No moral ambiguity, no self-reflection, no questioning your choices, just generic good versus evil that turns Joel and Ellie, the characters that you were supposed to side with in the first game, into the villains for Abby's story. The Last of Us Part 2 doesn't let you think about Joel's decision. Instead, it wants to think for you. It wants you to hate Joel and Ellie because it wants you to side with Abby 100%.
God, she looks so
and
fucking
really,
ugly.
why the fuck would I want to side against Joel and Ellie when The Last of Us is entirely about Joel and Ellie? Making it about the cycle of revenge completely invalidates the plot of the first game because it doesn't fit the established tone of the franchise. The Last of Us was a personal story about Joel and Ellie's relationship. What made the first game so special was because of how it revolved around them. We saw everything unfold from their perspective. We were put in their shoes. Their journey is the one that we followed, so obviously people are gonna care if the sequel is suddenly telling us that we have to beat the shit out of them. The first game was about the growth of a surrogate parent and child, building a family and finding a second chance in a world depraved of hope. Making the second game about revenge is just so out of left field, and it doesn't fit with the first game at all. It literally feels like a completely different story rather than a continuation. But if you really want to, let's forget about the first game for a second and try to see this narrative on its own. And even then, it's still crap. It's pretty obvious to tell what they were going for here, trying to make Ellie and Abby the villain of each other's story, to make a scenario where two people would eventually become monsters in pursuit of revenge. The problem is that the way that it's paced and the way that it writes its characters are so terrible and impossible to relate to. If you want a revenge story to be good, you have to make us root for the characters trying to get revenge. But both Ellie and Abby are too unlikable for the player to sympathize with. And when you really look at it, the cycle of revenge isn't even a factor for half the game.
Yeah.
Because after killing Joel, Abby isn't being driven by revenge. Her portion of the campaign is completely detached from the incident with Joel and Ellie and holds no relevance to the actual plot.
That's one of the problems of the game. It feels like you're looking at two completely different stories at the same time. It's like,
right before her father dies.
Just focus on one.
The part where she kills Joel, have us control her on her journey to Jackson. That way you might have been able to develop her character a bit more, and give her something to gravitate to. Show her coping with her father's death and learning about the events that led to it. And the message that they're trying to send about how revenge is bad and hurts everyone involved doesn't register because the story is incredibly biased in favor of Abby while shitting over Ellie. Abby got to have her revenge on Joel and she doesn't suffer any consequences for it. She gets out of this completely unscathed and gets to walk away with her friend Lev. Meanwhile, Ellie gets abandoned by her girlfriend, gets her fingers bitten off, ends up completely alone, and isn't able to play her guitar anymore. And she never even got her fucking revenge by letting Abby live. This is supposed to be a game about how revenge is bad, but Abby got everything that she wanted with no repercussions. And in spite of Ellie having every right to have revenge on the person who brutally killed her father figure, she gets demonized and ends up with nothing at the end of the story. Abby is portrayed as such a piece of shit that it makes you want to see Ellie get her revenge even more. And seeing them cop out of it at the last possible second in such a stupid way is just horrible writing. Abby doesn't even learn anything about revenge being bad because she never comes to that conclusion on her own. She was prepared to slaughter both Ellie and Dina and only stopped because Lev told her not to do it. Ellie is entirely right, and yet she's the one who gets the short end of the stick when Abby is such a remorseless psycho. And even beyond that,
and they actually expect us to like her. Like, what the fuck?
Just feel meaningless. Anyone who cared about the first game is not gonna want to be in control of the character who murdered Joel and then go on to brutalize Ellie. And because of how randomly and horribly Joel is killed, his death is just an afterthought. It means nothing except being a forced motivation for Ellie. On some level, I could see this working as a revenge story if they did enough to make us empathize with Ellie and Abby. Something that makes us want to get their revenge for them. But no, it's just killing each other for the sake of killing each other. And hello, wasn't this series about surviving the zombie apocalypse?
Yeah.
With all this talk of revenge and having the story
They completely forgot about that. Just completely forgot about the world that they're in. Just
in this game.
Fuck
You
it.
might as well cut them out of the game entirely because now it's about fighting other groups of people, which quite frankly makes this game way more uncomfortable than it should be. Oh yeah, we're getting into the really disturbing stuff now. You know that theory going around that the developers had to watch videos on LiveLeak and simulate the graphic imagery to make the game look as violent as possible? I don't know if it's true, but it's definitely a possibility. The violent content in this game is, well, there's no other way of putting it. It's fucking horrifying. I mean, the first game had some violent stuff in it too, but they were able to keep it at some sort of modest level. Joel wasn't motivated by revenge or killing every last one of them, he was motivated by survival and protecting Ellie. And the violent imagery never got so grim and graphic to the point that it made you feel uncomfortable. But in this game, not only did they make the violence against the other humans violent, they made it Final Destination levels of graphic. And because Ellie's motivation isn't survival or protection, but instead to kill every last one of them, the tone of the violence becomes all the more horrific and disturbing. You literally feel like you're in control of a serial killer. Not only can you kill people in this game, but you can take your time killing them slowly and horribly. And the way that it's presented is very unpleasant. Enemies actually limp and fall to the ground in a really realistic manner while screaming in agony holding onto their dismembered body parts. And for good measure, their allies call them by name in a traumatized fashion and demonize you in a despairing tone. In games like Doom, God of War, and Wolfenstein, the enemies were mindless monsters and genocidal maniacs, so you weren't expected to feel bad about killing them in violent ways. These are people who had nothing to do with Joel's
they were
death.
things that
They're
serve
just
a
protecting
purpose.
their territory and
They
searching
weren't
the
meant
area.
to make you.
So killing them by the numbers in such brutal ways just feels meaningless. And you think that would be bad enough, but they actually take it a step further and give you the option to do all of that twisted and demented shit to dogs. Yeah, because slaughtering dogs left and right as a psycho on a revenge kick is definitely what people people want in a Last of Us sequel. It was one thing to kill dogs in Wolfenstein because they're literally Nazis who are trained to slaughter innocent civilians and eat human flesh. Even in games like Call of Duty, it's understandable because they're trained by the opposing military and you have no choice but to defend yourself. These dogs aren't Nazis or military trained. They're just being protective of their owners and scouting the field. And the fact that the game allows you to kill them in any way you want with no scruples is absolutely sadistic. You don't just shoot them in the head or beat them with melee weapons, you set them on fire. Fucking fire! What demented fuckhead would actually want to do something like that? Maybe this is just my personal bias as a dog owner, but I find it extremely fucked up that the game not only allows you to freely kill dogs in horrifying ways, but also tries to pull this bullshit finger waving and demonize you for playing by its rules. There's even a moment in the story where you brutally stab Ellie's dog to death. Yeah, I'm gonna brutally murder an innocent animal that had nothing to do with Joel's death. That'll show that evil Abby person a thing or two. For Christ's sake, she killed a dog that didn't do anything but its duty as a guard dog. I can understand Ellie defending herself, but when the game switches to Abby's perspective, they want you to hate her for doing exactly that. With the way they implemented dog killing into this game, it's like they just wanted to further antagonize Ellie to make Abby look like the good guy. After a while, the game stops being about revenge and turns into a story about mass murder. Remember when Hatred came out and everyone rightfully called it out for being a disgusting excuse for a game with the main character being a murder-happy edgelord who slaughters people with no purpose or reason? Yeah, that's exactly what this game feels like. Just meaningless slaughter with no motivation. I didn't think it was possible,
and they try to make you feel bad for that.
Than that shitty Devil May Cry reboot. It's meaninglessly violent and cruel. It tries to make you feel as uncomfortable as possible with the agonizing NPCs and dog killing, and it makes Ellie less of a relatable character trying to avenge her father and more into a bloodthirsty serial killer in a failed attempt to make Abby more heroic in comparison. And that's not even including the compilation of cringe-inducing content in this game, like the bigot sandwich scene.
Oh God! Come on, I don't want to see. Yeah, it's as bad.
Are you seriously telling me that Ellie didn't know what an ice cream truck is, but is somehow knowledgeable enough to know what a bigot is?
Yeah.
Who the fuck even talks like that in the zombie apocalypse? And in an environment where good food is scarce, she doesn't
Who the fuck even taught her what the word bigot actually is?
This is just an entire other level of cringe. Then you have that stupid scene in the weed lab where they come across a porn stash where one of the movies is called... Oh God, I can't even bring myself to say it. Just listen.
Smash Brandy's cooch.
Oh yeah, that's some brilliant top-notch writing, guys. Uncharted 4 had an entire minigame where you actually played a level of Crash Bandicoot, and it was actually a really good reference and a great nod to Naughty Dog's golden years. And now you've gone down to the level of referencing him via porn title. What fucking disrespect.
Why?
You also have that stupid conversation between Ellie and Jesse, which is just shitty exposition, and then they have this really awkward conversation about how Dina kissed Ellie before he comes out and says it was just a joke. What kind of puke-inducing high school drama is this? Who would even want that in a sequel to The Last of Us? And then you have the cringe-inducing sex scene with Abby.
Dude, thank you. Thank you for not playing the actual scene. I just ate a couple hours ago and I don't want to throw up.
Sexual intercourse with her ex-boyfriend immediately after a conversation about torturing people and cutting them up until they cry. And to top it all off, this scene was actually motion captured.
Yeah.
Fucking seriously? People actually greenlit this. Neil Druckmann wrote his disgusting, cringe-inducing fetish fantasy into the script, and they said, yes, this is what The Last of Us needs. A sex scene with the muscle-bound freak who brutally murdered Joel in front of Ellie. What the fuck is wrong with you? I could actually go on and on with this game's cringe factor and all the other failed attempts that they have at being humorous, but then we would be here all day, and I really don't give a shit. Even when the game isn't being edgy try-hard grittiness, it's still unwatchable because the dialogue and the way the characters interact are so tasteless and pathetic that it feels like you're watching a horribly written fan fiction. Actually, that's not a fair comparison because there's literally fan fiction with better writing than this garbage excuse for a sequel. There's just so many moments where Ellie is completely...
A lot of people like to shit on fan fiction, but some fan fictions are actually not bad. Like, they're actually pretty damn good. And it's definitely... I'm willing to bet it's better than this shit.
I guarantee goddamn tea that they would have come up with something better than what we actually got here. And they certainly wouldn't have come up with a story where we're forced to spend half of the game sympathizing with Joel's murderer. Hey, you remember that random surgeon that you killed at the end of the first game? Did you care about him at all?
No.
No, nobody did.
No one gave a
but
shit.
Now you have to, because it turns out that random surgeon was actually Abby's father. You heard right. That random NPC that no one gave a shit about 7 years ago was her father. And now we have to sympathize with Abby because of it. That is fucking lazy. It would be one thing if Abby had a connection to a key character like Marlene or maybe even David. But no, it's just some random NPC. Seriously, you could have taken any of the NPCs from the last game and say they were Abby's father, and it would have made about as much sense. Imagine if Uncharted 5 was about one of the goons Drake killed having a daughter who tracks down and kills him, and then you spend half the game playing as that character fighting his wife and daughter. That's how stupid this idea is. Almost as stupid as the way that Abby is actually designed. I mean, just look at this thing. It is so unbearably ugly. I actually took some time to look up the inspiration for Abby's design, and apparently she's modeled after this woman named Colin Foch. But even if that's true, they absolutely failed because these two look nothing alike. Abby's physique is just so uncanny and disproportionate.
Yeah.
Her chest is larger than the rest of her body, which just looks unnatural, and look at those muscles. I know that muscles tend to be wide, but those things are just so cartoonishly larger than her head. Who the hell would okay a design like this? It's just so cringy and wrong. Well, apparently they wanted Abby to be as muscular as possible because the motivation was making the female characters less feminine in order to appear trans-friendly. Seriously, trans-friendly.
I thought that was the reason why they had Lev, isn't it? For representation and all that bullshit.
Really wrong. I mean, in the original trailer where Abby was revealed, she actually looked a lot better. She was muscular, but her body was more natural.
Yeah.
Her muscles are properly tuned, and her chest wasn't so cartoonishly large. It would have been completely okay to keep Abby's model like this. But somewhere along the way, Neil Druckmann decided that he wanted everything about Abby to be bigger. And I mean really bigger. And not only is this design ugly as hell, it's lazy. Maybe it's just me, but when I first saw Abby's reveal trailer, I actually thought that she was Ellie. I don't know, just something about the way her face is modeled and the way her body is built. It sort of looked like how Ellie would look if she started lifting weights. She could literally just pass as a bigger and more muscular Ellie. And it's such a strange decision that it makes you ask why they would do that. Why the hell would Neil Druckmann take an already okay design for Abby and just want to make it into this muscle-bound freak?
More specifically, I'm talking about our female whether we want to admit it or not,
so fucking
these are
dumb.
role models. You know, we sexualize, we objectify, we marginalize, and we reduce these female characters to less than they can. This is coming from a guy that always made a really misogynistic game. So I kind of know what I'm talking about.
Fuck off.
So once this thing failed and I had this awakening, almost exactly at the same time, this Kickstarter happened about the church versus women in video games.
Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs!
Okay, so apparently Neil Druckmann took inspiration from Anita Sarkeesian, taking her presentation on how female characters are represented, and tried to make Abby as non-feminine as possible while also doing so in the name of making her appear trans-friendly. You know, the same woman who tried to preach to us about the euthanized damsel. I never thought I'd have to say this in a Last of Us review, but you should never ever allow Anita Sarkeesian to have any sort of influence on your game. That's not even lesson 1. Hell, that's not even lesson 0. And Neil Druckmann was somehow stupid enough to allow her to be involved. Seriously, everything about Abby's appearance is exactly the kind of thing that Anita Sarkeesian would have a wet dream over. A female character depraved of any and all feminine traits, making her as muscular bound as possible, and then saying that this character is supposed to be friendly to trans people. Everything about Abby's design is just a man's body with a woman's head attached to it. Hell, they didn't even bother to give her boobs. Those are the kind of pecs that you would see on Dwayne Johnson. There are literally female bodybuilders in real life with more boobs than this thing. Is this what Anita Sarkeesian thinks women should look like? Is this what Neil Druckmann thinks women should look like? Because everything about this design and the motivation behind it makes me very genuinely concerned. You took a female character, made her look as non-female and manly as possible to be more appealing to trans people, and then you put that character in a sex scene. Then you have that character used as a vessel for beating the living shit out of 2 lesbians, one of which is pregnant, and then have that character try to slit the pregnant one's throat. If you were going for representation, I'm pretty sure that's not the right way to do it. Hell, the lesbians that Abby is brutalizing are literally half her size. And Abby's inclusion in this game gets even worse even when you take all of that out. Even without the muscular body or the unfortunate implications of having a symbol for trans people beating the shit out of 2 lesbians, she's still horrible. Why? Because her inclusion completely ruins the story. Sequels tend to include new characters all the time while pushing them as the new protagonist, but The Last of Us Part 2 does it especially badly. This character that the audience has literally no connection with is suddenly supposed to be a big deal because they kill Joel before the end of the prologue. And in spite of the game making her as despicable as possible, suddenly halfway through, with no warning, you have to play as and sympathize with her. They are saying straight to your face that you should want to hurt Ellie as this person, and that Ellie is completely in the wrong for wanting to avenge her father figure. What brain-dead bullshit is this? Oh yeah, I can't wait to play as the new character who brutally murders the protagonist I cared about from the first game while brutally beating his daughter and threatening to slit her girlfriend's throat. Isn't that what everybody would want in a sequel to a beloved game? I'm sorry, but you're a fucking idiot for defending this. There is no way that you can see this as anything but a massive fuck you to anyone who cared even remotely about the first game. Making you play as Abby, having her torture and kill Joel, and then having Ellie be a boss fight where you brutally smash her face in, while still trying to make her look like the good guy in all this, that is literally a middle finger to the Last of Us fans. People who spent the entire first game caring about Joel and Ellie and wanting to see their relationship being explored more. Why is Ellie suddenly the villain for being justified in wanting to kill Abby? Why are we supposed to care about this random character who horribly killed and threatened Ellie's family? Because that stupid surgeon was her dad? This is like if they made a Mario game and all of a sudden Bowser Jr. kills Luigi and you spend the rest of the game playing as him while fighting Mario and Peach. And it didn't even have to be this bad. On some level, I might have been okay with playing as Abby if they actually did something to make her sympathetic, but spoiler alert, they don't. In fact, they really double down on how heinous she is. You thought it was bad with the out-of-context leaks? Well, it gets a lot worse from there. Abby was getting attacked by infected. She was literally seconds away from death when Joel saved her. Then him and Tommy team up to protect her and get her back to her group safely. They were even nice enough to offer to help the group stock up on supplies before heading out. And after all of that generosity, what does Abby do? She shoots the kneecaps off of someone who just saved her life, then proceeds to brutally torture him and murder him in front of his daughter as she begs and pleads. I am dead serious. This just happened. And after all of that crap, we're supposed to sympathize with Abby? What the fuck is wrong with you? This is something that a villain would do, not the hero of the story that you're supposed to be rooting for. It would have been one thing if Abby had some sort of conflicting feelings about it, but she does all this without hesitation. Oh, and just to make it even better, she shoots him in the knee before even asking for his last name. Like, holy fuck. Was Abby just prepared to do all of this fucked up shit to any rando whose name happened to be Joel?
Yeah,
that
it's
is actually
just
really scary to think about. Like, could you imagine if they ended up getting the wrong Joel?
Joel Miller.
What? No, I'm not Joel Miller, I'm Joel Schumacher. There is literally no getting around that. You don't have the sympathetic protagonist literally torture and kill someone like this in front of a loved one. And the added context just makes her even more villainous. She was traveling the country for people named Joel with the intent of slaughtering them without hesitation, with no intention of making sure she even got the right Joel. Not only that, but she does this even after he saved her life. The character kills them because their selfish motivation is supposed to be more important than the selfless act of the person who is being humble to them. What exactly about this is supposed to make her sympathetic? And even from a dramatic standpoint, the scene doesn't even work. It's already rushed beyond belief, but what makes it even worse is how there's no build-up. This is the kind of scene you're supposed to do with characters who know each other or are familiar with each other. But Joel doesn't even know who any of these people are. And because there's no established connection between any of these characters, there is no tension. It's just Joel randomly getting ambushed and killed. This is like if Wolverine got killed by a random thug in Logan. It simply doesn't add up. And after all these disturbing implications, I'm supposed to feel bad for Abby because her father died and they freed a zebra a couple of hours earlier. Look, I'm sorry if this is gonna sound harsh, but in this couple of minutes of Abby spending time with her dad, we're never given a real reason to like him. And our time with him is so brief that the audience isn't even able to establish a connection with him. It's just, oh, he's an animal lover who saved a zebra, and that's it. And on top of that, Abby's father is kind of a dick. I mean, I get that he's trying to make a cure, but he's clearly trying to rush the situation without considering anyone else about the tough decision. Marlene is clearly uncomfortable with the idea of sacrificing Ellie for a cure, and yet he's really passive-aggressive about pressuring Marlene into just accepting it. He doesn't even suggest they wait till Ellie wakes up to give her a choice. He's completely okay with sacrificing a teenage girl for a vaccine. And the way he asks why Joel should be told about this just makes him look really terrible. He's literally saying that Joel doesn't deserve to know about sacrificing Ellie in spite of the huge possibility they developed a close relationship over the past year. So aside from having very little screen time and personality, he's also being a huge dick about sacrificing a teenage girl and not telling her surrogate father. And because of how quickly he comes and goes, it comes across as an extremely weak motivation for Abby's revenge. This is why Abby should have been playable before they got to Jackson. We could have gotten some flashbacks with her dad that would better explore the connection between the two instead of it just being an excuse to kill off Joel. Are there other reasons to feel bad for Abby? Well, none that I can think of, because given her quarters, she's got a much better life than like 90% of the rest of the people in this post-apocalypse. Seriously, in every other location we've seen in this series so far, they were rotting and failing structures with hardly any sustainable living space. In comparison, Abby has a luxury living space, a library with hundreds of books, high-quality food, and a gym.
Yeah.
A fucking gym. In a world where everyone is struggling for survival, Abby and her people are living incredibly privileged lives. Why should I feel bad for her? She's got it better than the rest of the human race. And her campaign is just really boring to sit through. For the entire 5-hour experience, we never learn anything more about Abby as a character, and her story is completely detached from the revenge plot for this shitty faction war. Her personality is as bland as unbuttered toast, and so many of the characters she interacts with are dismissed as quickly as they're introduced. Let me tell you, did you really give a shit about What's-His-Face or whoever this broad was like you cared about Tommy or Tess? Did you really give a shit about Mel and Owen in the same way you cared about Sam and Henry? The story never puts
You
time
don't
into
give a shit
developing
about any of these characters.
so
That's the
cannon
problem.
fodder for Ellie to kill and aggress Abby. And even after watching all her friends die, I still don't care because they continue to make her an incredibly unlikable character. When the time comes for her to battle against Ellie and she gets attacked by Dina, she's told directly by Ellie that she's pregnant and had nothing to do with the deaths of her comrades. And then, after being told that Dina had nothing to do with Ellie's revenge, and that she's pregnant, she actually threatens to slit her throat. And not only is she threatening to slit her throat, she was going to take pleasure in doing it specifically to spite Ellie. That's despicable. Abby is an actually despicable person, and she doesn't even stop on her own accord. She only doesn't go through with it because Lev told her no. This is why the game trying to get you to sympathize with Abby doesn't work. She's portrayed as highly sadistic, showing a willingness to repeatedly kill innocent people, and yet the game is still trying to send the message that she's sane. She's just as bloodthirsty and vicious as, if not more so than Ellie. And they still want you to see her as the good guy. So aside from being unrelatable for having a crappy motivation and personality and outrageous design, she's not even sympathetic on any conceivable level. She's not even morally gray. She's a psychotic nutcase, and the game presents this in a way that's impossible to ignore. They tried characterizing her as sane during her half of the campaign, so she clearly has an understanding of what's right and wrong. And here she is, threatening to slit a pregnant woman's throat and taking solace in doing it. I don't give a fuck if you have a tragic backstory. That is evil and an irredeemable act. Ellie killing a pregnant woman was horrifying, even though it was clearly just an excuse for Neil to demonize her, but she wasn't aware of the pregnancy. And after she sees it, she starts hyperventilating, throwing up, and her hearing fades out. She was clearly horrified and showed signs of immediate regret. Do you really think that Abby would have felt the same way if Lev didn't stop her from slitting Dina's throat? Well, considering the satisfying tone when she says good, I'm pretty sure the answer is no. Abby is objectively heinous and potentially evil. Her actions are completely irredeemable to the point that even after seeing her side of the story, we don't care. Her daily life, her friends, and her father don't matter because she has no good qualities. This is a character that we want to see the main protagonist defeat. Someone who by all means is not somebody that the audience should side.
Okay, I'm so sorry about this, but we gotta pause for a second. Now, I'm gonna pause the video right here. I'm not gonna get rid of it or anything, but we do have to stop because it seems like it's finally available. Now, if you guys remember, originally one of the things that we were going to watch today was the Comic-Con panels, and it seems like one of them is finally available right now. So we are going to jump onto that, and once that's done, and it seems like it's honestly not that long, so we won't have to worry about that. And once we're done there, we're going to get back to that video, and we're going to finish it until the other panel until the other panel is ready. So let me just set this up right here. Now this is the Avatar panel. Okay, the Dragon Prince panel doesn't start until a little bit later, so we're gonna watch this, and then once this is done, we're gonna get back to again the video until the next panel is ready. So let's go ahead. 3, 2, 1. They had to. Why did they turn off the like and dislike? Like, what are they worried? What are they worried about? Seems. Oh, and they also turned off the comments. Beautiful.
Perfect. All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Comic-Con at Home. This is a new experience for, I think, all of us, and I'm so excited to have you all here with us. This is our Avatar panel, and we have panelists who have written in the world of Avatar, Avatar and Korra, that is. And I would love to introduce our guests today. So let's go ahead and start with Michael DiMartino. And we're going to talk about what he has done for the Avatar world and why he's here today.
I guess I'm here because I helped create this. Yes, I'm one of the co-creators of the show.
You also created Korra, but
series
okay.
and Legend of Korra, and then I've consulted on all the comics with Gene, with Faith. And I was also consulting on the Avatar Kyoshi novels with FC, and wrote a couple arcs for the Korra comics as well. So I will never be free of this universe.
Faith, how about you?
Hi, I'm Faith Erin Hicks, and I am the current writer on the Avatar: The Last Airbender comics. I took over from Gene's run.
Perfect. And Gene?
Hi, I'm Gene. I did the first 5 arcs of the Avatar: The Last Airbender comics in consultation with Mike and Brian, and with art by this amazing art team named Gurihiru. They're a Japanese art studio out of Japan.
Perfect. And then FC.
Hi, I'm FCE. I wrote the young adult prequel novel, The Rise of Kyoshi, and also the out now sequel, The Shadow of Kyoshi, all with myself.
Perfect. All right. So I am once again so thrilled to have you all with us today. I know things have been a little different this year as far as Comic-Con goes, but this is a fan favorite panel whenever we get to have it at the show, and I'm glad we get to have you all here again. So first, I'm going to kind of ask you just a very basic question about Avatar, and that is, what are some of your favorite Avatar stories that have been added to the world?
Like new ones?
Yeah.
I mean, it was cool to work with FC on the novels because that was like something very new for the universe. I wasn't sure like Avatar could work in a novel format when the publisher pitched it, but you know, when after talking with FC and seeing the drafts that he wrote, like it's kind of cool because it's like it's definitely not the show, it's definitely not the comics, it's kind of its own thing, and it's a little more mature, I guess, in some spots, and can go a little bit darker on some tonal things, but that's been cool to see that kind of avenue of storytelling develop in the Avatar universe.
FC, how did that come to be? How did you sort of end up either deciding to write an Avatar novel or being the one to write the Avatar novel?
So it was actually kind of a surprise to me because my publisher, Abrams, I found out had submitted a proposal to Nickelodeon and to Mike about 2 books set in the Avatar universe, and they kind of said, "Hey, we have an author who wrote, an Asian-inspired action-adventure comedy, so we think he might be able to do it." And then they only told me that this had happened until after everyone had said yes. So so I jumped at the opportunity, and basically wasn't going to turn down a gift like that, and just ran with it. I got lucky, got real lucky.
That's awesome. And then Gene, so you were one of the first to start the Avatar comics run. How did that come to be?
It was kind of crazy. I definitely wasn't the first because there was a whole series of Avatar comics that used to be in the Nickelodeon magazines, I think. That were
Nickelodeon magazine. Yes, that was the thing.
Yeah, it was collected in Lost Adventures. So I think we had a copy of that floating around in my house when I got the call. I got the call from Samantha Robertson, who was at Dark Horse at the time, and she asked me if I'd be willing to write these, and I kind of freaked out. I couldn't believe it. I mean, I was kind of like everybody else, right? I was a huge Avatar fan. I watched all 3 seasons. At the end of the whole show, I was like, what happened to Zuko's mom? And then I asked that on the very first call that I had with Mike and Brian. Even like the first or second question I asked them. So to go from being a fan of the show to being invited into the universe to tell some stories, it was and to answer that question was amazing. It was amazing. It was one of the funnest experiences I've had.
So, like,
Faith,
one of
how
the things
did
that I'm
you
wondering
come to
about
be
this
in the Avatar world?
about this panel, like, are they going to tell us anything
I mean,
new?
I feel like my background was
Like, are they going to announce anything new, or is this just?
really big fan of the show.
Are they just going to talk about the
and actually a
comics
really
that have
big fan
already
of the
been
comics
released
that Gene was writing? Like
and
Gene and I are
the
friends,
novels?
and were published by the same
Like, that's one of the things that I'm kind of hoping for when it comes to this panel. Like, are they?
And every time
Are they actually going to announce anything
Can we
new?
talk about Avatar? Like, and I discussed like the latest comics that he had written and stuff like that. So I was a really big fan of both Gene and Guri Huru, and then also, yeah, of course, Avatar. Like, I don't know. I remember I started watching the show when it was airing. The second season had just aired, and season 3, I think, was about to start. So I watched season 3 in real time. And I remember when the finale finally came, it was such a long wait for the season 3 finale. And just experiencing that in real time was just such an incredible, incredible. And then Gene was going to move on and pursue other projects, and Dark Horse approached me about possibly writing Avatar. And at the time I was working on a fantasy series myself that was also very inspired by Avatar, an original series called The Nameless City. And the idea of getting to play in the Avatar sandbox, to work hand in hand with Brian and Mike, like, it was so exciting and terrifying, to be honest. Like, I've never been more scared to start to work on a project. But yeah, I got the job and I started working on Imbalance. And I feel like Imbalance, just writing it was partially inspired by the first season of Korra and the rise of Bender supremacy. So yeah, just getting the opportunity to tell stories in that universe was so amazing. I guess the short answer is Dark Horse emailed me and was like, Gene is moving on, out for this job. And I was like, those are huge shoes to fill, but if you will have me, I would love the opportunity. And yeah, now I'm Imbalance, the first trilogy that I wrote. Oh, and the artist that I collaborate with is Peter Wortman, an amazing artist. So Imbalance is done, the library edition is out, and now there's an original standalone graphic novel series, or standalone graphic novel coming out in October called Katara and the Pirate Silver, also drawn by Peter and written by me.
Perfect.
I have to point out, though, that Faith drew Avatar before that.
Yeah. We did a short comic together, a free comic book day story that is now collected in the Team Avatar Tales.
Friendship is built on our mutual love of Avatar.
I feel like there's I was answering this question in a blog.
Oh, you gotta go. Well, okay, Bougainville, I completely understand. Listen, again, thank you so much for joining the stream. Seriously, you're amazing as always.
Generation of creatives, however you want to phrase that, because it's just like it's just where it inspired so much of us. It's just where our heads go when we think about what we really love. And
take care, my friend.
And what depths we would like to accomplish as creative professionals. So, yeah.
It's the platonic. Like I write and draw original, comics for kids. Like that's most of my entire career pretty much. And it's like, I feel like Avatar is just this platonic ideal of what is an amazing fantasy story for kids. It has everything, and it's absolutely influenced and inspired my work, like right from the beginning.
I joke that that's why anytime anyone of a certain age sees a compelling villain, you immediately think, how are they going to be redeemed? Like, what kind of awesome redemption arc was going to happen? Because that's my ideal of storytelling. So.
Yeah, and I actually don't think that like Faith and I are unique in that our friendship is at least partially built on Avatar, right?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, we've gotten books of people getting married, dressed as
nice.
Korra and Asami, and or Aang and Katara, or and it's like so cool that people would actually like incorporate Avatar into like this very sacred day in their lives and stuff. So yeah, it's definitely creates communities, and which is very, very cool.
I think one of the biggest times I've seen that Avatar community is Dark Horse has done a couple live streams with Janet Varney and a couple of the other voice actors for Korra. And it's been such a highlight every time we've done it of my quarantine, just to see like the live stream chat like blow up with people like bonding, like meeting each other later online and just talking about this thing they love and watching just like all of the little like hearts every time they come on screen. It's truly, truly amazing every time we do those.
Yeah, I was feeling very nostalgic on the last one when it was all the actors together. Just reminded me of the days of records and PJ cracking everyone up with his improv and Mindy's wackiness. Their dynamic was so great. So it was fun to see that again.
What do you think it is about Avatar that keeps bringing people back over the years? Both kind of fans, but also kind of creators who keep returning to it.
I don't know. I feel like one of you might be better at answering this because, Brian and I just were, animation dudes back in early 2000s who wanted to make a TV show that, was cool and that we liked and that, hopefully would stand the test of time, which it somehow has. So, in some ways I feel like we got lucky too in the fact that this show even got made, that we got to tell the story kind of the way we wanted to. And this, at the time, doing a kind of continuous story in kids animation was not a thing that was happening.
Yeah.
It was more common in Japan, but certainly not in the US and certainly not on Nickelodeon. They were kind of confused by what we were making. But to their credit, they kind of were like, all right, you guys seem to know what you're doing, so we'll let you run with this idea. And so now when it's I think part of the reason why like now that the original series is back on Netflix, why it's doing well is because it kind of fits that format already, where it's like even though they're standalone episodes, it's a continuous storyline. So
well, it's kind of like because it's kind of like it's established that it's a living world, right? It's got a past, it's got a future, it's got a present, and anytime you dip in, for a particular story in any of that part of that timeline, it's it's alive. It's going to evolve. It's going to evolve over time. It evolved from something just due to all the world building that the original show had.
Yeah, and I looking at it too, it's so unusual particularly in the time that you were making it, it was so unusual where you had an animated show where the characters would evolve, they would change and grow over the course of 3 seasons. Like, I do feel like the characters are probably why it stands the test of time. Like, people return because they love these characters so much. Like, I feel like Toph in particular was such a big deal for me. Like, having this, I was this huge tomboy as a kid, and now I feel like we're having this huge surge of like women in animation and female characters and animated shows with female leads that is like incredibly important. But earlier in the 90s and in the aughts, it felt like that was incredibly rare to have like this strong, tough, like tomboy female character in a show, and then also have a show with like multiple female leads. We had Katara, we had Toph, we had Azula, we had May, we had Ty Lee. There were so many women in this show, and like that was something that you know, like really spoke to my heart as someone who worked in animation. I did animation college. I worked in the industry for a few years before transitioning into comics. And it's like, I'd never seen anything like that, something that had so many women in it. And then, yeah, like watching the characters grow and transition and change over the course of those 3 years, it was so unusual. And that's why I continue to return to the show and continue to be inspired by it and wanting to put like that heart and that empathy into my own work. It was just, yeah, it was so different. I don't know. I feel like now looking at the new animated shows on Netflix, like Hilda, like She-Ra, like all of those, like that feels like Avatar: The Next Generation. Like these creators inspired by Avatar now getting their own shows, which is so amazing. Yeah, it's been really exciting to see.
I think it is hard to say where the it's hard to describe the extent of the influence of that original show. I think you could probably find it in almost any story that's being told right now, especially for kids. Even if it's not a fantasy story, I think there's some element of Avatar in there. And I do have to agree with what Mike said about Nickelodeon. This might be a bad thing to say, but I'm gonna say it anyways. When I was introduced to Avatar because one of my friends loaned me the box set of that season 1. He's like, "This is the best cartoon animated series that this country has ever produced," and he handed it to me. And I looked at it, and it had the little Nickelodeon logo on it. I was like, "Come on, really?" No. But it was just so wildly beyond expectations at the time. Not just for Nickelodeon, but probably for all of the animation industry. I do think some of the magic is like you can't even put your finger on it. You know, like it's almost hard to capture. But it is the world building and the characters. The characters are, I think, are really incredibly real. I think they all have very relatable flaws. Even the hero, even Aang, has these. You know, he struggles with anger. He struggles with cowardice. These are all things that we all deal with on a daily basis. And I think as somebody who's written in that world, you can tell that it's a good world because some of those stories write themselves. You know what I mean? Like some of those characters write themselves. You just give it a little nudge, and then you can hear Toph talking in her head, and you just write down what you hear. It's because she's so well defined. Like that world and those characters are so well defined. They write themselves.
I love hearing Toph's voice in my head. She's so I love her.
That's actually kind of a great point, kind of about the fact that it is like a timeline with like a past, a present, and a future. And you guys have sort of been playing in that timeline, sort of in various points. What's it like telling a story where people kind of know what the end is going to be or what the next stage is going to be? What's it like playing in like a gap where people don't necessarily know?
Well, it's funny because I was never a fan of prequels. Like, I always thought I never really understood them, and I was like, if you already know what's gonna happen, like, what's the point? But now, you know, obviously now we're doing that stuff a little bit. Although, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's interesting because like we did Avatar, and then we did like the sequel, but then with the comics, we were also kind of filling in the middle, so it was continuation of the original series, but also a prequel to Korra in a way. But it is interesting to start to make those connections.
I love Gene and Faith's work so much because they fill in that timeline so organically, like answering like Gene answering the burning questions that everyone's left with at the end of the series, and Faith fleshes out the transition from as Public City is getting formed. Like I remember I read those comics and I like that meme word point like that's the thing, yes. So it's just wonderful to see. See creators work with that excellent clay and shape into excellent shapes.
Yeah, I feel really like fortunate to be able to write in that gap between Avatar and Korra, because I feel like that's something that's been really wonderful and really unique about the comics. It's that they do continue the story. Now, Katara and the Pirate Silver, that one is that tells a story during the second season of the show, so that's not advancing the Avatar canon. that, to be honest, like that one in particular was just like so fun because I could just be goofy and loose and I didn't have to worry as much about canon. Like Imbalance was so hard to write, but I'm so proud of it. And it's inspired like also specifically about like my very personal reaction to the first season of Legend of Korra, in particular about things like taking away someone's bending, and is this like it's Aang means it as when he does it to the Fire Lord, it's like it's an act to save the life of this villain, so he won't have to kill him. But on another level, it's also a very violent act because you're taking away a part of someone. You're removing a part of their identity, a part of their personality. So, you know, it was Imbalance was a lot of times inspired. Yeah, there were like elements in the story that were inspired like by my own traumatic response to seeing Korra lose her powers, like having her bending.
It's so different.
Okay.
Like, you know, if you see
This is
somebody
interesting
else
because I'm starting to wonder, like, are they
went from being really, you know, terrible?
Are they actually going to?
Basketball or whatever, and then they become suddenly awesome. You know, like how
Are
did
they
you
going
do
to
that?
actually reveal
So you
anything,
kinda ask
or
that same thing about the entire world? You know, this world becomes this completely different place with Korra. So you want to know how'd you do that? I also think that with the prequel question, it's just because of the world building. Like there's that one scene in the original series where they walk into this room in an air temple, and there's this swirl of statues of all the previous avatars, right? And when you look at that, you know that every single one of those statues represents a full story. Like it can kind of go on forever, and I think FC is doing that with Kyoshi. That is a full story. Like it doesn't feel like a prequel. It feels like something that could stand on its own. Like even if you didn't know anything about the world, that story still works. So it's part of the richness of the world that was built.
Totally. Kind of on that front, so obviously you guys are taking these stories and building them out, but you're also taking them to a completely different medium. So how is it sort of for you all to take these animations and turn them into something static? And for you, FC, how is it taking that animation and turning it into like a prose novel?
I don't know how Faith feels, but I did think that there was some struggle in the beginning with how to do bending in a static medium, like how to do the action sequences in a static medium. I remember having some conversations early on about that. Was that something for you as well?
Yeah, absolutely. Like I feel like one thing that Avatar is certainly known for is its incredible fight scenes. And in comics that like especially the page count, because if you're reading the Avatar trilogies in like separate individual graphic novels, they're I think 72 pages, 71 or 72, I can't remember. I've only written like 6 of these. And so it's like you don't necessarily have the page count to do this like amazing like Shonen Jump style, you know, like fight sequence. So yeah, that was potentially very challenging. And also like I'm an artist myself, and with my original trilogy, The Nameless City, that was very inspired by Avatar, and also I really wanted to like challenge myself and do like really extended fight Shonen Jump style fight scenes. So like I brought that to writing Avatar comics. So sometimes I'd be told by my editor, it's like, oh, you know, this fight sequence, it's like, it's really long. So you need to kind of like, you know, compress it a little bit. Like, but that'll give Peter more of an opportunity to like do cool poses and that kind of thing. I know Peter actually had a martial arts consultant. Like he had a friend that does martial arts, and he consulted with that friend about like the correct way to draw the posing and the bending. I thought he did an amazing job. Like every opportunity he had to draw dynamic fight scenes, he went above and beyond. But yeah, it was absolutely a challenge at the beginning because we didn't necessarily have the page count. And then it's like, yeah, you're trying to take what on the screen in the show would be this like amazing like motion filled animated sequence, and then you know play it out with static images on the page. It's a unique challenge. I think you can do amazing fight scenes in comics. I just think you have to work really hard at them.
I think because I finished my latest rewatch just a day prior to prior to this, and I think for the book, I subconsciously, I feel like I may have ended up toning down power levels to make it try to make everything more describable in prose. So
Yeah, but I would say like about those because I know we've talked about like the.
Was that a
Did you call
cut?
it sand stepping? Was that what it's called?
Dust stepping. Yeah.
Dust stepping. Yes.
Yeah.
Like stuff like that is cool because it's like it's a very subtle thing that actually in prose I feel like is clear to describe. Whereas if we tried to animate it, it might be like, why are they walking on the air? Like what's going on? Like it might just be confusing, and it's and that was the the thing when Brian and our martial arts consultant early on, it was like finding these styles that were very dynamic, that would translate well into animation, especially TV animation where you don't have the time or to get like super subtle, feature level animation all the time, even though we did get some of that too. But, I think it's cool because it's like these different mediums have different strengths. And yeah, you're not going to necessarily you're going to go to the comic or a novel more for like, I feel like the character.
Develop so much in these different mediums.
No, it's great, and it's really cool to work with very talented writers and artists and creators in there. Wary of like it becoming the kind of property where it's just like here's the novelizations and here's the comics but without actually like adding any value to the stories or the property. So that's why Brian and I have tried to stay as involved as much as we can, as far as just like consulting, but like giving everyone writing a Kiyoshi novel myself. So it's cool that
just recently like popping up all over my my Instagram feed and stuff like that. But also I'm Canadian, and I think it's been on Canadian Netflix like all this time.
Yeah, old high school friends are like, my kid is watching the show now. And 15 years.
Okay, I'm starting to wonder, like, are they really not going to tell us anything?
Like, to where it's like, or they introduce it to their friends. Or
my oldest is 16, so when he was around, like, she's having an Avatar theme party.
That's adorable. Yeah, like I have the Blu-ray.
Speaking of it keeping going, there are a couple new books coming out from Faith and FC. Do you guys want to talk about sort of your new books? FC, by the time this is showing, your book has been out for officially 3 days, so congratulations in advance.
Is The Shadow of Kiyoshi, and it is about Kiyoshi's adventures sort of after following her revelation to the world as the Avatar, as was described in book 1. So a lot of it takes place in the Fire Nation. So just how book 1 was exploration of the Earth Kingdom, book 2 is a lot of background on the Fire Nation.
And what about you, Faith? What's your new book?
So in October, there is a standalone Katara-focused graphic novel coming out, written by me, drawn by Peter Wortman, called Katara and the Pirate Silver. It takes place during the 2nd season of the show, and it was basically inspired by Peter and I brainstorming about what sort of Avatar stories we would like to write, that he would like to draw. And he was basically like, I really want to do a story about Katara, because Katara is his favorite character. And I want to do one where she becomes a pirate. So I was like, okay, great. Let's do one. So yeah, that came about because of dealing with, but yeah, it's a complete story. So
a new edition. And we've also got, the Omnibus series is coming as well, which is really cool. So that means they'll be available in a for Avatar, that we can just keep them available in every format so people can continue to read the stories however they choose to read them, which has been really fun for us. Well, by the time this comes out, and I'll check on that, and then we'll cut this out if not. But yeah, no, it's truly beautiful, and I'm really excited to see all that new art.
It looks like something you can hang on your wall.
I have the original art of, like, I remember getting it like years and years.
That you're excited about right now? It can be Avatar or not. Let's go ahead and start with you, Michael.
You can find me around, I don't know where. I'm on Instagram, I guess. Look for Mike.
I'm on Twitter and Instagram, not frequently, but Avatar. So we'll see how that
And I'm writing and drawing it, and it's a little bit based on my experiences growing up.
Announcement will be coming sometime soon. Who knows?
Or no notes. I mean, no notes.
But in terms of projects, I just had 2 come out. I had a book called Dragon Hoops, which is about basketball. This is what the cover looks like about basketball. And then with Gurihiru, our team that I worked on all those Avatar comics with, we just put out a book called Superman Smashes the Klan.
Nice.
Oh, I forgot my social media stuff. Sorry.
Oh, do it. Yeah, go for it.
Okay, just quickly, I'm at Faith Erin Hicks on both Twitter and Instagram. Those
It
ones
seems
are.
like there's not going to be anything.
Huge shout out to Abrams Books, which is
That's okay. Well, that was disappointing. Oh, that was really disappointing. We got nothing. We got absolutely nothing. Oh man, that was just really disappointing. I can't. One of the reasons why I stopped with the video was so I can get to here, because I thought we were going to see something exciting, and wow, that was just a whole load of nothing. It was just, yeah, wow, okay. Yeah, that's. Let's get to the other panel, I guess. Let's hope this one actually is good. Please let it be good. Okay, here's a screen share. Okay, let's watch. Oh, you're back. Okay. Don't worry, you missed nothing. Trust me, you missed absolutely nothing. That was a whole bowl of nothing. Like the Avatar panel just ended, and they told us absolutely nothing. Like I thought we were going to get some reveals. I thought they were going to at least reveal some interesting news about the future of this series, and nothing. All they did was talk about making the comics, which I guess it's fine, but like give us something. Nothing. I stopped the video for nothing. Here's hoping that this is going to be different, because according to this, it seems like we might actually get something. So here's hoping this isn't going to be a complete waste of time.
Hey, Ez? You there, Ez? Ez? Am I getting you?
Are they seriously? Okay.
I don't know if this is going through. Ez, you there? Hey, Ez?
Sorry,
Oh,
Bait was
Ez,
on
you're
the
muted. You're
keyboard.
muted.
Bait was on the keyboard.
By the way, this is the Dragon Prince
Okay,
Comic
so I
Con
know this
panel.
is supposed to be a family call, but is it okay if Rayla joins?
Yeah, of course. Bait was hoping to see her too.
Hey guys, long time no see, Callum. Good to see you from far, far away.
Wait a minute. You guys have the same background. Are you in the same place?
Nope. No, totally different places, separate, far away.
Okay, he's in front of a green screen.
Callum, I can see part of your scarf in Rayla's background. You're supposed to be distancing.
Oh, come on! It's this big castle. There's lots of distancing.
Not so much that we'd miss each other too much.
Aw, guys, you two are adorable.
Soren?
Okay, so that's the voice actor for Soren.
It
Okay.
was supposed to be just a family call. I don't know how that happened.
I'm Crown Guard. I have to run the cybersecurity on all of the King's calls.
Okay,
And
so this is going to be a
rate
skit.
cybersecurity
Okay,
of this
I get
call
what's going
as
on here.
Very high. So go ahead. It's safe to talk about, any royal or romantic business that you want to without worry that anyone else will.
Hi, Sorbear.
Claudia, how did you get through my cybersecurity?
You sent me the invite link. I thought maybe you wanted to talk.
Oh, shoot! I must have forwarded it by accident. I keep forgetting I'm still in the villains mailing list.
Soren, who else is on this call?
Oh, hello. What is this foul machination? I'm trying
sorry.
to browse the World Wide Web. What is going on?
Dad, you're on a video chat.
Oh, I am? Well, then, hello, video chat. It is I, Dark Mage Dad 420.
Dad, please, you're embarrassing us.
Just click the little red button at the bottom and leave.
Button? You mean, what, these strange runes on my screen? Which...
Okay, Dad, stop. Let's just, why don't we hang up and try again? We're gonna...
What? I didn't hear any of that. Can we all just agree to talk louder?
Did I freeze? Am I frozen? Can you see me?
Just move a little. You have to do a little wiggle to test it, like something like this, like ah!
Microphone, hello?
Okay, I'm actually wondering how long this skit's gonna
I
go
hate
on.
having to communicate through a screen.
Stop your petulant complaint. I have been communicating through a screen.
Erebos, what miracle has brought you to this call?
I have been on the call this whole time. I'm on every call this whole time. You know,
By the way, I don't know how, like what are your thoughts on Dragon Prince so far? Like, have you actually seen the first 3 seasons? Just out of curiosity, like
I've been involuntarily.
I kind of want to get your thoughts on this.
For centuries. And if I want to do a screen call, I must perform a cosmic blood ritual. The mortar and pestle. Floating knives. And what did you have to do? Click on a couple buttons. Oh, I'm sorry. It must have been such a deal.
Sorry, Erebos? I lost you after irritating. Your audio's really bad.
Hey everybody, welcome to our 2020 San Diego Comic-Con at home in quarantine panel.
Woo! Yay!
Woo! We're thankful to have the cast here, and it's our first time having Eric, who plays Erebos, who you all know, and we're thrilled to have him here. This would be the point where we'd be like waiting for the crowd to cheer, and the cheers would die down. But let's go through some quick. Let's introduce ourselves and our role in the show. I'm Aaron. Say your name, your role in the show, and something about your time in quarantine or whatever is going on with you. So I'm Aaron. I'm co-creator of the show, and I've been gardening and spending more time with my toddler than usual, and it's been lovely.
We all have different orders. Where no one's gonna know what we're doing. So it's just gonna be like just start talking. I'm Jack Dezetta. I'm the voice of Callum, and I had a baby right at the March 18th, right at the beginning.
Congratulations!
It's great. That's been my life. We're hanging out with a very cute little baby.
Very good. I am Jason Simpson.
Popcorn Jason.
I'm gonna go. I'm Jason Simpson. I play Viren, and over the last couple months, I have been learning. I'm learning how to play the ukulele.
All righty.
Excellent.
Yeah, it's fun.
It's fun.
Yeah.
Well,
Next.
I'm Eric Todd Dellums, the little bug person. I play Erebus on the show. In quarantine, I've also been doing a lot of gardening. Haven't had a baby.
Still time. We might be in here.
You never know if it's possible through social distancing, but anyway, glad to be here.
If anyone can make that happen through social distancing, it's Erebos.
Erebos, that's right.
There you go.
Voice alone. Hi, I'm Jesse Inokalia. I'm the voice of Soren. In quarantine, I guess I too have been gardening. I've got an herb garden going on my apartment windowsill. And I've been learning how to cook better. I've been working on my cooking skills, upgrading my game.
All right.
Hey, I'm Paula. I play Rayla on the Dragon Prince, and I moved into an apartment with a balcony. Bad time to move, but I've spent all my time laying on my balcony reading.
So jealous.
Hey, I'm Sasha Rojan. I play Ezrin, and I've been doing a lot of painting, and I painted like Bugs Bunny and Bart Simpson on the inside of my closet.
That's a cool closet.
Please renovate my bedroom, my entire home. On that note, hi, my name is Raquel Belmonte. I play Claudia in The Dragon Prince. Some fun things I did. I dyed my own hair and burnt my scalp, and I would like to inform you all it's now finally healed. It's been a couple of months, and we're good to go. I'm ready to do it again.
All right.
Wow.
I've been missing your email updates.
Already, I'm enjoying this more than
don't worry,
the
you're gonna
Avatar
be getting
panel.
so
And I
many
honestly
more
didn't
so
think I was going to say
Thank
that.
you.
Tag unsubscribe.
I mean, at least they're actually having fun.
I'm Justin Richmond. I'm the co-creator of The Dragon Prince, and I built a shed in my backyard so I'd have a place to work, so I could get out of the house, and my family didn't want to murder me for working long hours.
Nice.
Awesome. Justin, do you want to kick it off with sharing some cool stuff that we have going on?
Yeah. So we've announced before.
Okay,
but
finally, we're going to get some.
Very, very soon. Dark Horse is they're making an art book with us, which is amazing, and it comes out in August. So you guys can see it here.
Okay.
To still frame and screen cap and look at dig into all the details, but you can sort of get a view of it here. So this is a book that was put together by the writing team at Wonderstorm, as well as with the amazing people at Bardell. We could not have done this without both the writing team and Bardell. Like, this is a work of love to show off all the stuff that tons of things that you have never seen before. And we're really, really proud of this book. And it comes out August 18th, 2020. So you can pre-order it right now with Dark Horse. And we're super, super excited for you guys to get your hands on this thing. And it covers all 3 seasons. Really excited. So check it out. And,
I want an autographed copy of that.
we can make that happen. We can do that.
Yeah, I just want to tag on. The book is a real tribute to the amazing work that so many artists and animators did on the show. You can see so many of the early concepts. You can see variations on some of the characters and things like that. And you can just see like a brilliant kind of talent and inspiration that was kind of coming our way nonstop that fueled the creation.
I think I might actually get that book. I don't know if it's going to be available where I am, but if it is, I'm going to buy it.
The next thing we'd love to give everyone a sneak peek of is a graphic novel that is coming up, and in just a few months. It is a canon story that picks up where the story of season 3 of The Dragon Prince left off, and we're going to give you a taste of it now. Enjoy.
Do you like my collection, Rayla? Look here. I've added another.
Oh, Paul, you're muted.
What's that, Rayla?
Get away from him.
It's too late, Rayla. But don't worry. You'll be joining them very soon. Hurrah!
What? Oh, all right. I'm up. I'm up already. Why are you coming after me with a great big awful feather? What's happening?
I thought you'd make a cute face, but it's more of a
what?
Angry face.
Callum, you really shouldn't use Fifi's feathers like that.
Fifi? Wait. You were tickling me with a feather from Lujan's dead phoenix.
Yeah, but
we got a letter from Lujane about the feather. Fifi sacrificed herself to get me here from the Stormspire. I owe her everything. She left this glowing feather behind when she died.
I love this.
Jane
I'm
says we
loving
need to
this.
Bring the ghost feather to the moon nexus before the next new moon so she can perform a ritual. Fifi is a moon phoenix. This must be how she get reborn.
The new moon? That's only 3 days away.
Yeah, she really should have sent this sooner.
We'd better get moving. What are you doing up so early anyway?
Well, everyone else has been up for hours, really.
Oh. Hey, Ez, can you go with us? Don't you have all sorts of kingly duties now?
Well, yes, but this is important. Soren and I can be away for a little while. I left a note for Opelli that explains everything. She'll be fine. I'm going to get packed. Soren and I will meet you at the courtyard in an hour.
Up late again?
Yeah. I couldn't rest. I just lay awake thinking too much. And even when I did get to sleep, we never found his body, Callum. We looked everywhere. I know he fell from halfway to the moon, but we should have found something. Anything.
Viren is dead, Rila. There's no possible way that he could have...
You don't know that. Everyone wants to move on. But what if it's not over?
Rila, what if it is time to move on?
How am I supposed to do that? I lost my parents, I lost Renan, and I still don't know what happened to them.
Sorry, Rila. I just hate seeing you like this.
I guess I have been a bit of a mess.
We're all a mess sometimes. Me, I'm usually a mess.
It's true. You've been wearing this same scarf for as long as I've known you.
Listen, why don't we think of this trip to the Nexus as a vacation? There's a beautiful lake, some really neat ruins, and all the grubs you can eat.
Sounds lovely. Thank you, Callum. A vacation is probably exactly what I need.
I bet it goes great. I bet it's a lovely, relaxing vacation.
Nothing goes wrong.
Next, predict the rest of
40
the story of
pages.
vacationing tidbits. Super
I hope
relaxing.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
I'm definitely ordering this comic.
Scholastic and to Peter Wharton.
Which, by the way, if you guys want me to give you guys my review of the comic when I do eventually get it, just let me know.
Super excited.
Well done.
Hell yeah.
Cool. So I guess this
Applause.
the audience.
Great.
Yeah.
And you guys are so amazing, and it's so inspiring to see all the cosplay and tweets, energizing. So I'm sure that's happening. I hope most of you who did dress up to watch this virtual panel.
Sorry, I didn't dress up. I wanted to, but my outfit didn't show up yet. So
Yeah,
it's
post
a
it.
shame.
Post it. Let's see it.
Please do.
Yeah, that would be awesome. Should we go into the next little fun sketch? Is it time, Justin?
It is time. Let's do it.
All right, well, it's game night in Zadia.
Yeah.
And Erebos is our dungeon master.
Welcome to the tavern at the great crossroads of destiny. While a storm rages outside, your band of misfits enter through the creaky old door and take a seat at a grand oaken table. One by one, you introduce yourself. This is where you tell each about your characters.
Oh, great, right. Okay, I'll go first. My character is a mysterious elf assassin with two beautiful blades to match my two beautiful eyes.
And I'm a young, talented, dorky mage, but like cute dorky. I have a tome of spells under my arm.
I'm starting to wonder where they.
Cannot help but look at her. He locks eyes with Rayla's mage.
There will be time for role playing. Thorin?
Oh, okay. I'm handsome and very muscular warrior. Emphasis on handsome, emphasis on muscular.
What's your character's name?
Soren.
Soren, this is a role-playing game. You don't play yourself, you play a role.
I don't need to play a role when I'm already +3 cool.
Okay, well, some of us used our imagination. I'm a fairy rabbit paladin. My fuzzy fur is snow white, and I'm holding a shield shaped like a heart.
Delight. Viren?
Oh, my character is complicated.
And
he is tragic, alone. The choices he must make will leave him forever haunted, but they will be necessary.
Very cool. Any distinguishing features? Like, what does he wear?
Oh, he wears a hat.
Very original. And what about you, young Ezra?
I picked the Necromancer. My head is just a skull. It also says here, the dark void that was once my soul is fueled by the suffering of the innocent.
So again, you survey the tavern around. Rain pounds outside. The bartender looks over, as if trying.
It also says here, I'm chaotic evil. Cool. I look back at the bartender and I cast Drain Soul.
You may try, but as a level 1 necromancer, it will be difficult.
Hey, I rolled a 20. Coils of malice grasp the bartender's very soul.
I bravely draw my blades. I must protect the helpless bartender.
Oh, we're fighting already? Okay, I start swinging my sword at, I don't know, Rayla's mage.
Wait, what?
Wait, I take it back. My swords gleam in the moonlight as I leap to the defense of the beautiful mage.
Hey, no takebacks.
My character takes action. This action appears unforgivable to all who witness it, but I do what I must do, what must be done, though they will never thank me for my sacrifices.
Like, what do you actually do?
Wait, stop. Why are we fighting? I use my fuzzy bunny fairy magic to quell the violence within our hearts. I rolled a 1.
Then I keep swinging.
I cast a fireball at Soren's butt.
A dragon crashes through the roof of the tavern and kills everyone. And the adventure is over.
Since my character's already technically dead, I'm okay, right?
Yes.
Great. I loot their corpses for blood.
That seems like a lot of fun. Don't you think?
That seems really fun, Aaron.
Yeah, I feel like our IP that we've created here has a lot of potential to make a tabletop game. And so we did! Yay! So we're now a tabletop RPG with fandom. And we're going to play a quick trailer for everybody. Check it out.
Next year, explore the world of Zadia like never before. Continue the story or forge your own path with friends. And bring all the magic and wonder to your table.
Tales of Zadia, an actual tabletop role-playing game. That actually sounds interesting.
Coming in? That's dope. That is dope.
So we're super excited to announce that we're partnering with Fandom on this. There actually is a website that you can see in that trailer, which is talesofzadia.com. You can go there to sign up for updates. You'll get stuff in your inbox soon about the game, when it's going to come out, and all that stuff, and how it works. So we're super excited.
I love the dice roll on the map. Like, it's that's one of my favorite. That's why it's awesome. I hope, can we figure out a way to get people maps that they can play on? Like, it feels like the right place. My other must-have from today's panel is in the graphic novel, Rayla, her Catalyst pajamas, she clearly borrowed some like royal pajamas with like the little seal there. Like I'm sure they're super comfortable. But so, anyway,
There's a huge outcry online of even today, people are still submitting questions and they're asking for the pajamas. Where can we get the Catalyst pajamas? Very cool.
Oh my gosh.
So
Raylo on QVC.
That's right.
So now we turn it over to you for some Q&A. We were able to spread the word that we were doing this panel and get a bunch of questions. We had so many responses on Instagram and on Twitter and on Reddit and Facebook. I think we're a number of the places where we looked for questions. We are going to do our best to answer we're going to answer a bunch now, and I'm burning up too much time, so let's just get into the questions and answers. But there were so many great questions, and I'm hoping we can find a way to answer all of them, even the ones we don't get to today. But let's kick it off. Am I supposed to ask the first question? Is that what?
Yes, you are.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, this is from David Roth, 2005, who asks, do elves have 4 toes?
I always assumed that they would have 6 so that they could learn how to count to 20.
That's an important evolutionary trait. Counting to 20, all species have to have some way to do it. Yeah. I assume 4 for symmetry, but then 5, like little toe is super important for balance, and they're so like fleet of foot. With no knowledge of biology, I wonder if it would rebalance with 4. Probably. Let's go with 6. I like counting to 20.
We had lots of base 8 jokes in the math jokes in the writer's room.
So you were assuming, okay.
Yeah, we were assuming 4.
I guess that makes sense.
All right. So this is from Ophir Swissa on Facebook. In the graphic novel Through the Moon, is the graphic novel Through the Moon crucial for the upcoming season? Is the plot of the graphic novel part of the main storyline, or is it a side story that will be reviewed briefly in the new season? And that's for Aaron.
There's a few references to the new season. It is part of the canon story. It continues from where season 3 left off, and it is part of the canon story. I think that's the clearest answer I can give. So we go to the next question.
Cool. I have a question here from.
I guess you can't reveal. I guess you can't reveal anything.
If I'm pronouncing that right.
I guess you can't reveal everything because it might accidentally spoil some shit. Okay.
This is for Sasha. Does Sasha like jelly tarts in real life?
What a jelly? I've never tried a jelly tart. So would it be like a Danish or like a strudel, like an apple strudel or something?
I don't have these answers, Sasha.
Well, yes, I would probably like them.
Jelly tarts are modeled on Hamantaschen, which you might be able to find at a bakery somewhere or a deli.
Yeah, I would probably like it. Yeah.
We've all seen Sasha eat anything put in front of her, so yeah, she would.
It's very true.
This question is from @trash_lord.
Ooh.
On Trash Lord on Twitter.
This is your fan.
This is for Eric.
Fear of that.
What is your favorite aspect about Erebos, and do you find you share any traits with him?
Yes.
Mystery is always the best part. I'm still up in the air. When last you saw me, I was in a cocoon. Traits that I share, aside from a baritone voice and a good sense of humor, probably not very many. So, I certainly am far more impatient than he.
Here's a question from @underratedhero on Twitter. Justin or Aaron, what's the best pop culture reference that didn't make it into the final script?
So we had, I think it was actually a couple of days where we contemplated putting in as many Guns N' Roses titles of songs and albums as we possibly could. So we had a run of like there was a whole bunch of jokes about like I wanted to use your I want to use my illusion and you could use your illusion too, and like appetite for destruction. Yeah, it was really bad.
Please do it. Please.
Yeah. Oh, now we can't. I guess we'll go for this. But yes, I think that was a good one. I think Eric's got the next one.
Where am I supposed to see them?
Oh, do you not have the thing?
Huh?
Do you not have the list in front of you, Eric?
I do not have the list.
Okay, I will play Eric for a moment.
Okay.
I can't. I was going to try and do a voice, and there's no even a point. So this is at ByconSean on Twitter, and it is for Raquel. It's what do you think Claudia and Erebos' dynamic will be like? Since she clearly does not like elves.
I think she's gonna change her mind a little bit when she sees her father. I feel like she follows really anything Viren does or says. So I think once she sees Viren and how he's connected to Erebos, I think she's gonna open up a little bit. I think, okay, call me crazy. Call me crazy. I think there might be a little like protege relationship dynamic, like Claudia working under Erebos. Call me crazy.
Working.
Thank you.
You're crazy, Raquel.
Thank you. Finally. Ugh.
I have a question from Julia No Ice Posts on Instagram.
Oh, I thought that was Julia's noise posts.
That's what it
is.
What it is. It is definitely.
I will not be posting a single thing about ice, for I am Julia.
But it was like, don't post mean stuff. The ice is like kind of the new burn.
My apologies.
Water only.
Again, yeah, I'm way enjoying this more than the Avatar fan. Like,
Is Soren gonna be okay with lots of worried emojis?
I hope so. He's had such a journey, and it's something that I'm super thankful to the writing staff for, because he means so well, and I think he will be, but
Ugh, no one likes Soren.
no one likes Rayla.
You two should fight.
Literally, no one likes Viren, so let's move on.
I've seen some very dedicated fan artists that say
Yeah,
otherwise.
that's true. No, that's very true. That's true.
Okay, this next question is for Jason from MJ Cutler from Facebook. What is your favorite Viren scene?
Sup, MJ?
Did he freeze?
Did Jason freeze?
I'm now totally freaked out.
I thought it was like on me or something, but no.
I feel like I know his answer.
Well,
I'm still frozen.
You're still frozen.
I thought it was a bit at first, but
Oh.
he's frozen.
We're getting some voice now, but yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
There he is.
oh,
Yay!
He's back.
Yeah, he's back.
That's sort of like the end of season 3.
I'm going to say this really quick in case I freeze again. Somewhere in season 2, with the mirror, and when he meets Erebos for the first time, and he's trying to see what's in the mirror. And there's a bunch of different scenes, but just that sort of ball of scenes, I have to clump them all together. That's just really magical for me, and magical in the show as well.
It's actually magical.
Yeah. Okay, I'm out of here.
All right.
So this is actually for
Flameo.
everybody. So we'll go around.
Flameo,
from
Darth
Woozy
Brand,
Draws on
Flameo.
Instagram. If you could voice any other character for a day on the show, who would it be? And we'll start with Sasha.
I think that it will always be either Erebos, Rayla, or Viren. Because the reason why I want to do Erebos or Viren is I want to like talk like this, and I want to like really go deep on it, or I just want to do an accent for a day.
Talk like this.
Yeah, I mean, like it would be pretty cool not to do my voice. So
Your Rayla's pretty good already.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, if if I have to use my own voice, maybe Claudia. I think Claudia is a really cool character, and I feel like I would love exploring that. If I get to have the voice, then I'll take Eric's voice. How's that for a day? That would be fun.
Listen, if I could have anyone's voice, it would be Eric's.
I actually want to voice Ezra. Let's have a scene where we switch.
Hey!
My God, how tremendous it would be to be.
Raquel.
I've said it before, and I will say it till the day I die. I want to be Soren so bad. I think I want to be him. But I love jock characters so much. So there it is. There's my answer.
Jason.
I would like to voice Bait. And Vilas.
Oh, good one.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, the pirate.
Paula.
Mirren. Oh, see, I can't.
I would need a
That's a good audition.
You're hired.
For season 4.
Glad you didn't audition for him.
And I guess Jesse's next, right?
Yeah, I guess. I feel like for the writing, I would love to play Claudia because she just has such fun jokes. But I mean, again, if we're just doing a voice swap, I'm also jumping on the steal Eric's voice for a day train. Why not? What a dream.
The stuff you could get done with Eric's voice. Like
I know.
I think about this
Being at
daily.
the bank and being like, yeah, I would love to have a deposit.
Hear me order a pizza. Lord,
Just phone me and pretend to order a pizza, just so I know what that's like.
you got.
I'm sorry.
We will do Erebos ordering a pizza sketch.
Yes, I am enjoying it. Trust me, I'm heavily enjoying this.
Okay, this next question is for Aaron.
It's-
and it's
see,
from
If
Fozzie
if
Rasta from
being an
Instagram.
actual
How old
Comic-Con,
is
like I would have gotten to experience this live,
Sasha, how old do you think?
it makes me hate this whole
3.
social
actually,
distancing
is-
pandemic
is
thing
the
even more.
motion
Like, come
kind of like
on.
Toad?
Kind of. You're pretty unique.
How long do toads live for?
Yes, how long do they live for?
I've always
I think
Bait is
Hero had
immortal.
Bait before.
I'm calling it right now. Bait
And I
is
think-
immortal. He's
I
going to be
think that
alive till the
aside
end of
from
time,
Erebos,
and he will
maybe
tell the
Bait
story
might be
of the
the
Dragon
older
Prince.
I think that he's 56.
There you go.
Why did he
It's either 3 or 56. Always.
So it's been a lot of fun. I think we have time for one more question.
I will then jump in to say, this is a question we got a lot from a number of different sources, including, I think, probably everyone in this cast. Is there going to be a season 4?
Yes,
so I
yes.
think
Will there
it's
be a
really
season 4?
important to emphasize, yes. We've been picked up for season 4. Netflix has picked up the whole saga of the Dragon Prince.
Are you serious?
What?
I am
Yes!
Are you?
my
Yes!
Are you
What?
kidding?
Such a bully.
Yes!
The whole
Wait,
freaking
no!
free speech about like here's how we're gonna handle it. So we don't want to dampen
I
it.
am totally freaked out.
Wait, no!
Oh my God.
Was he lying?
You are something else.
Imagine this is like what being proposed to feels like. Like
You lied to
you
us.
don't know, and they're like, no, it's not. No, and then it's like,
Oh my God.
what?
Aaron!
Jack, did you already know? Is that
Why
what you're
would
asking?
you?
Absolutely not. No, I
Oh
asked
my
this as a
God.
last question
I
in the
haven't
panel,
felt
Jack.
joy
Crazy,
in so
right?
long. This is
Yeah.
That is fantastic.
Oh my gosh,
Wait.
I'm so excited.
Wait, did it? Hold on. Let me go back. Let me go back.
We feel obviously.
Probably everyone in this.
Hold on.
Yes.
Okay.
We've been picked up for season 4. Netflix has picked up the whole saga of the Dragon Prince.
Are you serious?
What?
I am serious.
Are you?
my God.
Are you
What?
kidding?
Such a bully.
Why would you do that?
The whole freaking pre-speech about like here's how we're gonna handle it.
Unbelievable.
So we
Wait a
don't
minute.
we don't want to dampen
I
anybody's
am
hopes.
totally freaked out.
Aaron.
Oh my
It's
God.
You are something else.
Imagine this is like what being proposed to feels like. Like
You lied to
you
him.
don't know, and they're like, no, it's not. No, and then it's like,
Oh my God.
what? I'm gonna
Jack, did you already know? Is that
Wait,
why you
dude,
asked?
I'm confused. So
Absolutely not. No, I
Oh
asked
my
this because
God.
I'm confused.
I asked question
I
in the
haven't
panel,
felt
Jack.
joy
Crazy,
so
right?
long.
is he
Yeah.
That is fantastic.
is he serious?
Oh my
Like
gosh, I'm so excited.
what he told?
It's we feel obviously amazingly grateful, incredibly grateful to the fans and the community who've been so passionate. And honestly, after season 3, the swell of passion and love around the show.
Yes, because we want more.
The amount of art and talk online.
Yes.
And people, by the way, really politely telling Netflix how badly they wanted this story to continue was so inspiring, and it worked. Give us the saga, and they are going to give us the saga. We have a lot of work to do, to be clear.
Yeah, we got a thing right now.
Yes.
Wow.
Please tell me this is true.
I tell you.
Unbelievable.
This is I don't get why was it retracted.
I am crying.
I am crying.
Oh yes. Oh God, I cannot wait. I
mean, we've all known it's been like a long time coming.
Please, I want
I think
season
everyone
4.
here, like,
I
put
want
their
season
hearts
4.
into
I love this
and,
show.
like,
Please.
kind of cast it out on the water as like, here, I hope you like it. And we knew people loved it. And
I want to see where the show goes. Please.
We've been waiting and hoping for the chance to.
But wait, like, okay, first of all, we've all been wondering whether or not season 4 was even going to get picked up, because for a long time we've heard absolutely nothing, and now it's season 4 is coming, but I do kind of wish we know when. Is it going to be this year? Is it going to be next year? Well, I'm expecting mostly next year.
Thank you. Oh, I tell you, it's an honor. I too want to cry.
Don't just cry.
It's a pandemic. No tears. There's no crying in a pandemic.
Where is this rule coming from?
I don't know.
Never heard that rule. No.
There's been so much crying in a pandemic. From me.
So that's our panel for 2020.
What else we need?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's it. You know what? I enjoyed that. I really enjoyed that. This was fantastic. Definitely worth the wait. Okay, so yes, if you're just joining me now, they have officially confirmed that season 4 is happening. They've officially confirmed it. And okay, I'm still iffy on this. I could be wrong, because it did get a little hazy towards the end, but I think they confirmed that they've been picked up for the entire saga, like the whole thing. I don't know if you guys know this, but I think last year during Comic-Con, I think they, or I don't know if it was last year or if it was the year before that, in 2018, but I think they showed off like the plan for more stories. I think that initially that we saw 3 books. Right now we had book 1, book 3, book 2, and book 3. Book 1 was Air, book 2 was Moon, and book 3 is Sun. And but then like initially I think they had 7 books planned. The next 3 are, I think, if I remember correctly, and I think book 3 is going to be, season, or the next 3 books, one of them is going to be season 4. I don't know if it's, I think I remember, I could be wrong on this, but I think they initially said that it was supposed to be like a prequel, where it was supposed to give us a bit of an explanation as to how we, or at least it's supposed to like expand this world in the past, like to give us an explanation as to, like for example, when like how did dark magic happen? Like, what was the first discovery of dark magic? And that we know that dark magic is what eventually led to the lands being split. You've got Zadia, and if you got on one side you have Zadia, and on the other side you have the lands of the humans. I'm forgetting what it's called now. Shit. Look, after this, I am inspired to go back and rewatch the entire series from episode 1 all the way to the end. God damn it, am I excited. I cannot wait. I genuinely cannot wait. Again, I could be wrong on that. I think like the next 3 books again are supposed to be a prequel, and who knows? Maybe during those 3 books, like we will finally get some more insight into Erebos. Like, how did he end up in the mirror? And maybe there we'll finally get to meet Callum's dad. Like, maybe we'll finally get to see him, because so far we still haven't seen him, not in pictures or anything, nothing. So maybe there we'll finally meet him, and maybe because I've been seeing a lot of theories from fans saying that they think Callum's dad might be like an elf, or Callum's dad might be a dragon or anything, and that Callum might actually be the dragon prince, and that it's not. Oh God, why am I blanking out on his name? Shit. Oh God damn it! I hate this. I fucking hate my memory. Hold on, let me just. Here we go. Season 2. Zim. That's his name. Zim. Like Ozymandias? Yeah, as Amondius. Okay, so they call him Zim for sure. God damn it! I hate my memory. Okay, so yeah, it seems like we'll finally we'll finally get to see oh God, what was I saying? Not just Zim. Anyway, I'm excited. Okay, well, that's kind of what I would say. I'm excited. I'm excited for season 4. I'm excited for, again, I could be wrong on the whole prequel thing. I remember that's what I heard. Again, here's hoping. I could be wrong, or it could just continue the story. And then, like, the next 3 books originally was supposed to be a prequel. I think that's what I heard. And then the last book, book 7, is supposed to be like the official conclusion to the story. Although, as we just saw in the the panel, there is a graphic novel that's supposed to take place right after, literally right after the ending of season 3, which is supposed to be a continuation, and it's supposed to be a story revolving around Callum, Ezran, and Rayla. So our typical trio. I don't know if Soren is going to join them or if any of the other characters are going to join them. We'll have to see. So I said we were going to continue this, and I will keep my promise. Let me just share the screen, share audio. There we go. Okay. Now we are going to continue this, although I'm wondering if I should, because there's nobody even watching right now. Well, who knows? Maybe you're watching this later. So let's continue in 3, 2, 1, play.
And to see the game go out of its way to glorify her as the just character while demonizing the protagonist from the first game that we actually care about is absolutely horrible. You remember how I said earlier that the story doesn't work as a cycle of revenge plot because the story is really biased in favor of Abby?
Yes.
That's the feeling that you get throughout the whole time that you're playing as her, and even during the game's prologue. Abby's portion of the game was made specifically for people who disagree with Joel's decision at the end of the first game. It acts in a morally absolute way by killing him slowly and horribly in front of Ellie, and then turning Ellie into the villain for wanting to avenge his death. And it actively goes against the theme of the first game because it doesn't allow you to come to your own conclusions about Joel's decision. Even if you want to make the argument that there's 2 sides to every story, Abby didn't bother to learn Joel's, or even Ellie's. She just straight up kills Joel without hesitation, and then threatens to slit the throat of someone who had nothing to do with anything just to get back at Ellie. All of this put together just turns Abby into a huge Mary Sue. She's the morally just character whose side we're supposed to see and root for, while Ellie gets turned into the villain. She's bigger and stronger than Ellie, having the same survival skills with practically no flaws, and she's justified in killing Joel and getting her revenge, while Ellie isn't. She gets to play as both the aggressor and the victim in this revenge story with no strings attached. Why? Because she has a sad backstory that's supposed to make her complex? That just makes it more emotionally manipulative. And that's the problem. Abby's campaign is so painfully manipulative, using every possible cheap and artificial tactic that it can muster, instead of actual characterization to get us to side with Abby instead of Ellie. Still don't believe me? Take a look at this footage of Ellie killing Abby's dog and Abby and her dad
this
saving
was
that
absolute
zebra back
bullshit.
to back. Ellie kills animals in her campaign, but Abby and her father save animals. Doesn't that make you want to side with Abby?
No.
Doesn't that make her sympathetic after she tried to slit a pregnant woman's throat? Of course it doesn't. Even if they wanted to do the whole dead parent being the hero's motivation thing, it still doesn't work because they did nothing with it. In The Lion King, Mufasa didn't die just for the hell of it. He had a properly established relationship with his son, teaching him about the responsibilities of being a leader and ruling over a kingdom. His death serves an organic purpose in the story that supports the lesson that Simba has to learn by the
Also when it comes to The Lion King, now this is interesting because like last week I literally did if you're new to the channel, a week ago from watching this, I did a movie commentary, a live movie commentary, and the movie that we watched was The Lion King. And one thing that you one of the things that I constantly pointed out in the stream is how watching the movie as an adult, you notice things that you didn't notice when you were a kid. And one of the things that I noticed about this movie is that Mufasa's death, sorry, spoilers, is heavily foreshadowed in the first part of the first act of the movie. It's heavily foreshadowed. So when it does happen, like you still don't want it to happen because you still like Mufasa. But again, it is like it shows how good this writing is because they foreshadowed a character's death and they properly set it up. Like his death still made sense when it happened. It didn't. It's not like fucking season 8 of Game of Thrones where they foreshadow a character turning evil and instead of properly setting it up, they just have it instantly happen and they just say, "Oh well, we foreshadowed it." No, it doesn't matter. It still needs to make sense. It still needs to make sense, and that's a problem with the Last of Us Part 2 is that none of the things that happen in this story make any goddamn sense whatsoever.
end of the film. Abby's father dies just to give Neil Druckmann an excuse to kill off Joel, and his screen time is so...
And yes, what he said was also true. Mufasa's death served the story. It served the story. Whereas with Joel's death, it didn't serve the story in any way. He just needed some stupid reason as to why Ellie has to go on a revenge story. And if that's the case, if you just needed a reason for your character to do something, then don't ever let a character death be the reason why another character does something. And if you are going to do that, at the very least have the death make sense. But even then, it still feels like a cheap way for you to get your character to actually go on this adventure that you want them to go on. It just feels like you didn't even want to put in the actual work in order for them to go on this journey that you wanted them to go. So you just came up with this insane reason as to why, like, they go. Not insane, lazy. It feels lazy.
So short-lived that we don't get a chance to establish a connection with him, and we don't get to see why his relationship with Abby is supposed to be important. Both characters go through some really shitty stuff, but it's made very apparent which one is less sympathetic and which one the story is being biased towards.
Yeah.
It's like they took the grounded setting established in the first game and placed Abby in it specifically to break the rules. And it's for these reasons that she's already become one of the most hated video game characters of all time in such a short amount of time. Nothing about her is salvageable because her very existence was made for the purpose of spiting fans of the first game. She's nothing but a projection for Neil Druckmann's hatred for Joel in this game. Hell, look at this box art for the game's special edition. Joel isn't even on the fucking cover.
Yep.
But do you know who is? Abby, the piece of shit that nobody asked for or gives a shit about that was shoved in the very last minute to meet some kind of messed up agenda. Even the way Abby lets them live, which is supposed to be an act of mercy, just feels forced. She literally murdered her way across the country, destroying everything in her path, and yet she lets these two live because of plot protection. It's so obvious that she's just gonna come back later to finish the job, so why are you letting her live? This is such novice writing material, and to see it come from such a highly anticipated AAA title is embarrassing. And maybe, just maybe, all of this stupid shit might not have been so bad. I dare even say it might have been worth it had the ending not been the biggest fuck you that I've ever seen in a video game. I'm not even kidding, it's worse than Mass Effect 3.
Oof. And I heard a lot of people hated them at Mass
So
Effect
here's
3.
how it goes. Tommy and Marlene get divorced after losing his eye because, yeah, this game wasn't depressing enough, so you'd might as well take away Tommy's happy ending as well. He tells Ellie where to find Abby, and later that night, she decides to go, leaving Dina heartbroken and betrayed. Abby and Lev are looking for the Fireflies, but they get kidnapped by raiders, so now Ellie has to go rescue them. Which is stupid since your entire end goal is Abby's death. If you really want Abby dead so bad, then this is the perfect revenge. Leave her to die a slow and torturous death by these raiders. But no, because it's not revenge unless Ellie deals the killing blow. Why is Ellie so stupid in this game? Anyway, she kills her way across the lair and eventually she finds them.
Yeah, and sorry, I don't mean to keep pausing it. Again, I just don't want to talk over the video. It's just this is also something that honestly never made sense to me. Like, okay, Ellie has shown that she wants Abby to pay so goddamn much for what she did that she was willing to go on a fucking murder spree just to get her revenge. So you would think that when she finds Abby right here, like you could tell that she's being tortured, she's being starved, because you can see she's lost a ton of muscle mass. Like you can tell she is fucking miserable. Like, why in that case, why wouldn't she not say, you know what? I don't even need to do anything. Like I could just leave you here and you would end up either starving or tortured to death. And you know what? I'm not even gonna feel sorry for you, because guess what? You didn't feel any of that for me. You didn't even bother thinking that maybe by killing this guy, you were also taking away. You were basically doing to someone else what was done to you. You didn't even bother to think about that. All you cared about was your fucking revenge. And you know what? This is what you get. This is where it got you. And you know, maybe like Ellie could still like head back and find out that Dina was gone and all that. Although I still would have changed that. Like Dina isn't there, and you know there's that ending. But you know what? At least you're left with a feeling of knowing that this Abby bitch got what she deserved. But no, we don't even get that. Can't even give us something as simple as that.
Here it is, the perfect opportunity. Abby has no way out of this. She's tied to a pole with no chance of escape. All Ellie has to do is take out her gun, shoot her in the head, and walk away. What does she do? She cuts her down. Really? You're just gonna let her go?
Why?
Hell, you didn't even need to shoot her. You could have just walked away and leave her to starve to
Yes.
death. What was the point of leaving Dina and coming all the way out here if you're just gonna let her go? If you want her dead, then leave her for dead. Well, I digress. So they escape with Lev and get to the lifeboats, but then Ellie gets a vision of Joel and decides that she wants to kill Abby again, threatening to slit Lev's throat, which is hypocritical considering you told Abby to spare Dina, who had nothing to do with anything, and now you're doing the same thing. Fuck, if you really want to stab Abby to death, then why didn't you just stab her in the brain or in the back of the throat when her back was turned? There was no need for this grabbing her by the hair and pushing her into the water.
Yes.
Hell, you still got your backpack and all your weapons in the boat, so why don't you just shoot her?
Yes.
You've been presented
You had a
with multiple
fucking
ways to kill Abby
shotgun.
at this point, so why don't you
You know what would have been cathartic?
But oh well.
You know what would have been really cathartic and kind of ironic is she had a fucking shotgun. Why didn't you blow out the bitch's knee just like she did with Joel? Why didn't you do that? But no, it's just like, oh God, these people. Neil Druckmann is a fucking hack.
We finally have the showdown with Abby, and after all the bullshit we've had to sit through, after all the stupid writing choices and continuity errors, we can finally kill this woman and just be done with it. Ellie starts to drown her, but not before she gets her left ring and little finger bitten off, and we finally have Ellie getting her revenge by killing Abby, just to pussy out at the last possible second and let her leave with Lev. Why? Because she has a flashback of Joel, which leads her to believe that he wouldn't want her to kill Abby.
Nope.
This is bullshit.
Yes,
Are
it
you
is.
fucking kidding me? After everything you put me through, you had Ellie come all this way to kill Abby just to not kill Abby. And really, she doesn't kill her because she has a flashback of Joel. That's the reason. There is so much wrong with this ass-pull of a twist that I could write an entire book dissecting it. You're telling me that after the hundreds of people and dozens of dogs that Ellie killed just to get to this point...
Sorry, I just want to say this. In case you don't know, Mahler just started playing The Last of Us Part 2. And my God, if I know him, he's going to fucking hate it. Like, he's gonna, like this guy already makes 3-hour videos or three-hour videos dissecting 1 2-hour movie. I can't even imagine what he's going through playing this fucking game.
point, she can't kill the person who actually killed.
And good God, do I hope he does an unbridled rage on this game. Just please, that would be the best gift ever.
Joel. Hours and hours of mass slaughter just to let her go at the last possible second. This is like if John Wick killed everyone except the guy who actually killed his dog, or if Kill Bill didn't kill Bill. What kind of fucking revenge story has the main character kill literally everyone except the villain who actually did it?
But Miss Anthro, you don't get it. It was to subvert expectations. We wanted to subvert expectations. Fuck off with the fucking subversion of expectations bullshit. That is an excuse made by fucking hack writers who just wanted to make themselves sound like they're fucking smart, when in reality they're dumb.
The deed. Are you telling me that with the gallons of blood on her hands, Ellie is only now feeling bad about killing someone? After she smashed a woman's skull in with a pipe? After she killed a pregnant woman? After she butchered dozens of dogs that had nothing to do with Joel's death? Fuck, you're actually gonna let her go after she bit off your fingers? If somebody bit off my fingers, I would have killed them without hesitation. And hey, remember how Abby spared your life and you came back to try and kill her? What's stopping her from doing the same thing? If anything, Abby should have just killed Ellie right then and there.
Yes.
She's already shown how she's the type of person to kill you when your back is turned and too dangerous to be left alive. So why are you leaving her alive? This is like the second time that your past came back to haunt you, so why are you giving her a third chance to do it? And the more you think about it, the worse it gets. So apparently, the guy who gave a sincere apology to Ellie and even made her high-quality steak sandwiches is unforgivable because he called her a bad lesbian slur word. But you can forgive the psychotic bitch who brutally killed...
In case you're wondering, he used the word dyke.
Joel in front of you, bit off your fingers, and threatened to slit the throat of your pregnant girlfriend? What double standard backwards bullshit is that? I don't care if he called you the C word, just take the damn sandwiches. This is like demonizing a kid who stole your lunch money but gives it back to you later than forgiving the home invader who killed your parents. Oh, but he called her a no-no word. And Anita Sarkeesian would never forgive a man who acts mean to a woman. And you know what? Fuck the idea that Ellie having a flashback of Joel would stop her from wanting to kill Abby. If anything, that would have made her just want to keep drowning her. So a flashback of Joel makes you want to kill Abby, but then suddenly a flashback of Joel makes you not want to kill Abby. The Star Wars sequel trilogy was more consistent than you. For that matter, after everything that happened in this game, are you seriously telling me that Joel wouldn't want Ellie to kill Abby? You think he'd actually pull a revenge's bad speech after all the crap he experienced over 25 years? No. This woman beat him to death in front of you while you begged for his life and threatened to slit your girlfriend's throat. Joel would have given Ellie the complete okay to finish her off. Saying that Joel wouldn't want Ellie to kill her is highly out of character. You're basically telling that he would approve of the slaughter of everyone else that Ellie killed, but not the killing of the person who actually killed him. Ellie has absolutely no reason to spare Abby. Every time they cross paths, she has been heinous and monstrous to her and her family. So seeing her actually spare her is the most plot-contrived and out-of-character moment in this entire game. And what makes this writing decision so strange and completely out of nowhere is that they did nothing to build up Ellie's change of heart. Her character never progresses from being obsessed with revenge, and she never gets a single moment with Abby that would give her any sign that she's deserving of mercy. Ellie's campaign strictly focused on her slaughtering people left and right across the country like it was nothing, and there's never a moment where she reflects on herself or practices any sort of mercy. With the way that Ellie was characterized throughout the game, she wouldn't have spared Abby. Having her learn only now that revenge isn't worth it makes the entire plot completely collapse on itself when she's already crossed so many lines to get to this point. And not only does Ellie not get a chance to introspect on Abby, but the player doesn't either. It literally begins with her brutally murdering Joel in front of Ellie, which makes you want to hate her, and her half of the story never develops her character in any meaningful way. Any sort of humanizing they tried to give her was already tossed out the window, and any they try to get back for her is made unacceptable the second she threatened to slit Dina's throat, with no regret, no remorse, and no shame. There is literally no reason to root for her at any point in this entire fucking game. And in spite of having virtually every single reason to kill her at this point, they still give her a free pass with the plot continuing to be biased in favor of her. Ellie never gets her cathartic moment in this entire story, in spite of the fact that seeing her get her cathartic moment was the exact reason that anyone paid money to finish this game. And by letting Abby live, this entire journey was entirely pointless. What was the point of anything that happened in this game if Ellie doesn't kill Abby? We achieved absolutely nothing in this 20+ hour experience because our end goal is made unobtainable by the story itself. This is such a horrible non-ending where so many hours of mass killing was all for nothing because Abby gets to live. and having it because Ellie got a random flashback of Joel makes no sense. It's completely lazy. One of the oldest tricks in the book placed in a situation where it doesn't fit, painting the game with an extremely childish sense of morality. Oh sure, Ellie killed hundreds of people and their dogs, but at least she didn't kill Abby and chose to not take revenge. Fuck that shit. We paid for a revenge story, we should get a revenge story. If you want to make a revenge story, make a revenge story. Don't back out of it, you spineless cowards. And it all leads up to the final scene with one more middle finger before it's all over. Ellie returns to the barn and finds that it's completely empty, with Dina taking her baby and all of her things. She walks around for a while and tries to play her guitar, but can't do it anymore because she lost her fingers. And after all that emotional torture, pain, and misery, it finally ends with her walking into the next room and shooting herself in the head. Okay, that's not what really happened, but it might as well have. So, after all that shit, Abby wins and Ellie loses. Abby gets to have revenge and gets to save a friend, while Ellie loses everything and ends up alone and miserable. She never gets her closure with Joel, and in the process she ends up having her worst fear realized, completely by herself and having nothing to be happy about. What a horrifying game.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so at this point, you get the gist of it. Abby is horrible, Joel's death is horrible, Ellie being a revenge-obsessed sociopath is horrible, the ending is horrible, the retconning of the message of the first game is horrible, and the revenge story they went with is horrible. But you know what? These were things that people already figured out because so much of the game got leaked before it was released. Granted, the added context helps to show what made the plot so horrible, but when you get down to it, these are small potatoes. The ending, the Abby stuff, Joel's death, Ellie's characterization, these are not the problem. They're factors of the problem. In reality, all of these things serve as smaller pieces to a much bigger one. And that bigger problem is that in spite of this game being titled The Last of Us Part 2, this game feels absolutely nothing like a Last of Us game. The Last of Us wasn't about revenge. It wasn't about brutal violence or hatred. It was about survival and looking for something that gives your life purpose. It was about living in a post-apocalypse and finding the good in it that motivated you to keep going. It was special in how it focused on relationships between people instead of the generic fighting zombies while looking for a cure plot. And what helped it stand out was the way that it handled its characters. It had a very subtle way of developing them and did so without turning everyone into a depressed piece of shit. And even when it had its darker moments, the game wasn't outright nihilistic. It explored the post-apocalypse in a way that showed how the world can be complicated and messed up, but there's still good in it that's worth living for. It was crafted in a way that explored how different people react to different things. Not just the characters in the game, but also the people playing it. People still talk about this game 7 years later specifically because of how it affected them. When I said the game was timeless, I meant it because you could play it years later and still recognize what it was about. There were plenty of times where the characters made you feel happy and the tone was evened out, so it could properly capture the hopelessness and danger of a post-apocalypse while still having something meaningful to say. It was a real experience to behold, and it was all leading up to one solitary moment.
Come on, hurry up. You see this? Shh, don't scare it.
I won't.
What are you doing?
Let me lower the volume. I don't want to accidentally.
Come here.
Hurry up. So fucking cool. Aw, where's it off to? Here, come on, let's go.
Slow down, kiddo.
Whenever I take the time to replay this game and get to this moment in the story, I always put my controller down and just listen to the comforting music while taking in the scenery alongside Joel and Ellie. It's a very special scene where the lighthearted side of this world fully shines through. There's still beauty and meaning to it beyond the presence of humans. It's a real moment of harmony that made you completely forget about the sadness and death that followed you throughout the game. One that just lets you relax and enjoy life however short-lived it may be. And it's moments like this that made The Last of Us so special. It was more than just surviving a zombie apocalypse and brutal violence. It's a story about life. Life isn't gonna go the way you want it to, but you can still find happiness on the road that it takes you. You can still find things like pleasure, comfort, and people who change you for the better and support you no matter what. It was a story about Joel's second chance at life. trying to live again after he lost Sarah, and how his relationship with Ellie gave him that second chance. And his journey was so
Yes.
well crafted with so much depth added to his character that it made it interesting to experience. It was actually a lot more lighthearted than people give it credit for, with a story that shows just what the medium of video games can be capable of. The Last of Us Part 2 goes against this entirely. Throughout the entire story, there's never a moment where the player is allowed to take in the scenery or establish a personal connection with the game's world. There's never a moment where you're allowed to see the characters interact without being bombarded with misery. And there's never a moment where you see the lighter side of this dark world. It's a miserable experience from beginning to end. And the gameplay itself is so sadistic and grim while encouraging you to be as violent as possible that it doesn't incorporate the gameplay in a way that supports the story organically. It's just an excuse to be as violent as possible. This whole cycle of revenge mumbo-jumbo and killing every last one of them is not why people love The Last of Us. If anything, it's the exact opposite. It's a huge step backwards while being as tired and cliche as possible, and it doesn't fit the tone of the first game at all. It's like if Frozen had a sequel where raiders destroy Arendelle and kill Anna, and Elsa goes on a violent journey to avenge her death. Instead of further developing the characters and seeing where the story takes them as they get older, it just focuses on Ellie and Abby turning into serial killers. For a series that was so highly celebrated for its nuanced storytelling, The Last of Us Part 2 has nothing meaningful to say.
True.
It doesn't teach you anything about revenge or how bad it is, and instead mishandles its themes so badly that it ends up glorifying the very things that it claims to be fighting against. In spite of trying to tell you that violence is bad, it spends the entire game glorifying violence. And it's so heavily drenched in this grim material that after a while, it stops getting a reaction from you. They clearly meant for this to be shocking, but it becomes so repetitive that it just feels empty and hollow. By the time you get to the story's final moments, you'll have already become so desensitized by the excessive violence and the gritty behavior of the characters that you end up feeling nothing. You don't feel anything for Ellie, Abby, Tommy, Dina, Jesse, Lev, or any of the people that Ellie slaughtered along the way. It constantly barrages you with bleakness and misery to the point that you just feel nothing due to being exposed to the exact same garbage for 20 hours straight. Making you feel depressed and miserable doesn't make you want to keep playing. It makes you want to stop playing. And the mood whiplash is so jumbled and so extreme that the tone doesn't even work. You got Ellie in a snowball fight with some kids right before all the horrifying stuff that happens in the prologue. You got her playing Take On Me on the guitar right before she goes back to slaughtering people in gruesome ways. You got a whole section where you raise a baby immediately after the villain threatened to slit your pregnant girlfriend's throat, and have that followed up by an entire ending sequence where you slaughter your way through a mansion and set the building on fire with people screaming in agony in the background. There's no consistency to any of it. When it comes to this type of darker storytelling, you need to have it properly punctuated with lightheartedness, or else it just becomes boring and unpleasant. But this game has so much bleakness and gritty cruelty left and right that there's no room for any meaningful lightheartedness. And since you spend half the game playing as Joel's murderer, that just makes it more unsettling. It never tries to have an even tone like the first one, it's just depressing for the sake of being depressing. People naturally become desensitized to this stuff after being exposed to it for too long, and The Last of Us Part 2 spends so much time trying to horrify you that you feel more annoyed than intimidated. This game isn't shocking, it's pretentious, with no satisfaction. Not a single moment in this entire game came as close to having the same gratification as that moment of Joel and Ellie watching giraffes. I've seen my fair share of revenge stories in my life, some of them being darker and more violent than others, but they still manage to have more meaning and hold more of a point than this train wreck of a sequel.
Yep.
One defense that I've seen
Good
people
movie,
make
by
for
the
this
way.
game
I
is how The
recommend
Last
you
of
guys
Us Part
watching it.
2 isn't about revenge. It's about forgiveness. One of the
Recommend you
reasons Ellie is
watch it.
angry at Abby is because she killed Joel before she got around to forgiving him. She's angry at herself because she never got to tell Joel that she forgives him for choosing to save her over letting humanity have a cure. But here's the problem. If The Last of Us Part 2 is about forgiveness and not revenge, why the fuck is Abby in this game? Why does the prologue focus on her tracking Joel down and killing him in retribution for her father? Why is half the game spent playing as Ellie, tracking her down to kill her and avenge Joel? Why does Abby's campaign involve tracking Ellie down to the theater to kill her for killing her teammates and her dog? Why does Ellie choose to abandon her wife and child and decide that tracking Abby is more important? Why is every single second of this game's marketing focused on Ellie traveling the country in search of the people who wronged her? You can't just say that this game is about forgiveness and not revenge when literally 75% of it is built around revenge. People making this defense say it's because of that final flashback where Ellie tries to find closure with Joel, but that only happens at the last possible second of the last chapter of the story. If you wanted this game to be about Ellie forgiving Joel for lying to her, then cut out all the shit with Abby and rewrite the story to focus on that, instead of having it happen through inconsequential flashbacks. When people heard about The Last of Us getting a sequel, they figured it would be about Ellie finding out Joel lied to her and there would be a slow, gradual build-up to it. In this game, it just happens randomly in a flashback. Hell, making the second game entirely about Ellie in conflict with Joel would have been an amazing concept. Have Joel address his decision and understand that it affected more people than just him and Ellie. Their journey would have been one of reconciliation. It would be a darker story while still feeling like a proper continuation and carrying over the themes of the first. But no, they just had to do a shitty revenge plot where 90% of the characters are shitty people with no likability. And ultimately, this is The Last of Us Part 2's biggest failing. With the way that it's written, it simply doesn't work as a sequel. Obviously, some people are gonna make the excuse that we should try to see this as its own thing, but The Last of Us Part 2 is not supposed to be seen as its own thing. It's not a reboot, it's not a remake, it's not a spin-off. It's a sequel. It's meant to be seen as a direct continuation to the story of the first game. And with every decision that it makes, it fails to justify its themes and its very existence as a sequel. The Last of Us is supposed to be about Joel and Ellie, but we get no scenes of them together while Joel is still alive, and instead we have to play as his murderer. And the complete contempt that this game has for Joel is absolutely outrageous. He's killed in the first 2 hours in the most violent and depressing way possible, he was used as a tool by the marketing to lie to people about the actual plot, and he only ever appears in flashbacks that have no weight to the story. Respecting your protagonist and the audience attached to them is an absolute priority when writing a sequel, and there's practically no sign of respect for Joel in this game. The second they had Abby kill him, it created a huge disconnect between the game and fans of the first one, because even if you didn't agree with Joel's decision, he was still a key character. He was an important figure to the story and should have gotten a more meaningful death. And then there's the disrespect they gave Ellie. Not only is she not justified in getting her revenge, turned into the villain for Abby's story, characterized as a serial killer obsessed with revenge, and not allowed to kill the person who took everything away from her, but her worst fears are completely realized and present front and center. Remember in the first game how she said that her worst fear was ending up completely alone? Well, look at what happens in the game's final moments. Her father is gone, her uncle is divorced and miserable, her wife left her, she took everything with her including their child, she has absolutely no one to comfort her, and to top it all off, she can't even play guitar anymore. One of her most treasured gifts from Joel, and she can't even have that because Abby bit off her fingers. The worst possible thing that can happen to Ellie is your reward for playing this game all the way to the end. And everything about the way Neil Druckmann directed it was designed to get to that point in the most miserable and depressing way possible. From Joel's death being as graphic as it was, to making you control Abby as you beat the shit out of her, to Dina leaving her, to making Ellie's inability to play her guitar the final action needed to get to the end credits. My god, I thought Mortal Kombat 11 was bad with the way it treated Sindel. This game is the epitome of taking every single avenue possible to spite fans of beloved characters. This is like if Beauty and the Beast had a sequel where Gaston has a relative who kills Beast in revenge and Belle loses all her friends and family and ends up alone at the end of the movie. And making us play as the bitch responsible for all this is just rubbing salt in the wound. Any chance you had at making this cycle of revenge story work was tossed into the trash can the second you started it with her killing Joel in front of his daughter, and then deciding that she gets to live and suffer no consequences for it. And throughout the game, you just decided to make her character more and more hateable. She's never punished,
All
never
100%
redeemed, and
true.
practically gets rewarded by having the pleasure of finishing her mission to track down the Fireflies with Lev. I seriously cannot for the life of me figure out what the hell this game is trying to do with Abby. It's honestly hard to get a beat on what she's supposed to be. Her character is so inconsistent, so erratical, and so indecisive that you can't even appreciate her as a standalone figure. It's like they had a whole bunch of ideas and personalities they had in mind for her and just couldn't seem to pick one. And they don't even do that much to make her sympathetic because she's got everything that you could possibly want in a zombie apocalypse. She's living a very comfortable life with good food, bodybuilding equipment, electricity, and friends who look out for her. And the constant back and forth they do with Abby in this game is so frustrating and forced that you can practically see the emotional manipulation tactics coming from a mile away. It wants to make her as sickening as possible so we'd want to see Ellie get her revenge, but it also wants to make her tragic and sympathetic, which a lot of fucking idiots who ate this game up just spot as, I have a sad backstory, feel bad for me, and doesn't bother to consider the fact that those two don't mesh. Did it never occur to people that The Last of Us was about Joel and Ellie for a reason, and that demonizing them while making Abby the good guy would be a stupid idea? Hell, the part 2 in this title doesn't even make any sense because it's not about Joel and Ellie. It's about Abby while Ellie gets shit on. If they really wanted to tell a revenge is bad plot, the least they could have done was give the player a choice. Give us the choice to kill Abby and give us 2 different endings depending on player decision. If Ellie
Yes,
spares
yes, it
Abby,
does.
Dina is waiting for her
Absolutely.
at the barn and helps her to play guitar with her lost fingers. If she does kill Abby, then Ellie
This
ends
is
up
like,
alone. Even Mass
look,
Effect
why would
3,
anyone?
for all of its massive flaws, at least gives you something resembling a choice.
Why would
And as a
anyone
video
want to
game,
play a
that is one
game
of the
that
worst
actively
things that
hates
you can
them?
do to the player.
Like, that makes
Any
no
sort of
goddamn
player choice is
sense.
completely taken away from you because
Like,
it wants
why would
Abby
you
to
want to
win
play a
by
game
any
where you
means
know that everything
necessary.
you do in
You
the game
don't get
leads
to
to
do anything
absolutely
meaningful as
nothing?
Joel before he's killed, and then
It's
spend
just,
half of the game playing as the character that they
this
wouldn't
is such a
admit was the new
fucking
protagonist
failure.
in any of the marketing. Yeah, didn't Neil Druckmann say it was going to be about Joel and Ellie? And wasn't Dina the character who was supposed to die during the prologue?
Hold on, sorry. Go back a sec for a second. I
It's
didn't
not
hear
about
that.
Joel and Ellie. It's about Abby while Ellie gets shit on. If they really wanted to tell a revenge is bad plot, the least they could have done was give the player a choice. Give us the choice to kill Abby and give us 2
Yes.
different endings depending
Yeah.
on player decision. If Ellie
Yeah.
spares Abby, Dina is waiting for her at the barn and helps her to play guitar with her lost fingers. If she does kill Abby, then Ellie ends up alone. Even Mass Effect 3, for all of its
Yeah.
massive flaws, at
You know, they
least
could have
gives
at
you
least given
something
us that.
resembling a choice. And as a video game, that is one of the worst things that you can do to the player. Any sort of player choice is completely taken away from
Yeah.
you because it wants Abby to win by any means necessary. You don't get to do anything meaningful as Joel before he's killed, and then spend half of the game playing as the character that they wouldn't admit was the new protagonist in any of the marketing. Yeah, didn't Neil Druckmann say it was going to be about Joel and Ellie? And wasn't Dina the character
Yeah,
who was supposed
lies.
to die during the prologue?
All lies. And yeah, look at this fucking trailer. Look at this. Look at how it cuts back to a memory with her and Dina, shows the necklace on Ellie, makes it seem like she's trying to get revenge for Dina. That's not what fucking happens. It's false advertising.
Oh, but I guess they wanted to keep the fact that Joel dies in the prologue and that you'd be forced to spend the whole game sympathizing with his killer a big secret to subvert your expectations.
Gee, I wonder
marketing for The Rise
why.
of Skywalker was more honest. At least they had the decency to show Palpatine in the trailers.
Yeah.
And all for the sake of chasing social justice brownie points by making
Yeah,
the
that's
transfigure into the
all they
character
care
we're supposed
about.
to root for. You
Again,
really seem to
it's
believe that making the character
it's catering
trans-friendly
to an
automatically
audience that
means
doesn't
you've
even
made a
care
meaningful
about them. Like,
statement.
again,
But the only statement I see
how
is
much
that you
how many
clearly
times do I have
chosen
to tell them?
disrespect fans,
These
shit all over
people
beloved
will
characters,
never
and
buy
even
your
went so far as to
games.
abuse your own employees by making them work crunch hours just to get this god-awful thing out as quickly as possible.
That was
I
bullshit.
still can't begin to fathom the reasoning behind the choices that were made for this plot. It is so insensitive, disrespectful, and spiteful towards people who cared even remotely about the first game. Anyone who cared even slightly about these characters and the message they helped carry with their story. After all the hardships he went through, it felt so good to see Joel getting some kind of happy ending with Ellie. Seeing him petting giraffes, seeing that there's still beauty in the world, getting a second chance to be a good father, giving Ellie a good life that he could never give to Sarah, just to end up getting bludgeoned to death with a golf club. It felt good seeing Ellie finding peace in her new life with Joel, even though she was unsure about the truth behind the Fireflies. Even if she finds out the truth later, they could have worked around to her forgiving him, just to watch him die horribly and then end up with nothing at the end of the game. You spend the entire first game, the DLC, and half of this game getting invested in Ellie because you want to see her grow and become more defined and independent. We want to see her go through a meaningful arc where she comes out on top. We don't want to beat the shit out of her while playing as some rando that we never met and don't sympathize with. There's no relationship between Abby and the player before she kills Joel, or even before the game switches perspectives. And even then, the time we spend with Abby is completely overridden by the time we spend with Joel and Ellie. Forcing us to play as this character with no warning is just wrong on so many levels. This kind of bait and switch only works when the story is able to come up with a good enough excuse for it, but the game never presents anything like that. I mean, what exactly was the
No, it
motivation
doesn't.
behind this?
Yeah.
There's no commentary to the way you switch between Ellie and Abby. It just comes down to subverting expectations without the subversion having any meaning to it. If this was supposed to address how Joel's actions at the end of the first game have consequences, there were like 100 better ways you could have done it. If you want to do a revenge story, that's fine. but at least have the decency to do it right, and in a way that doesn't act as a disservice to these characters. A cycle of revenge story only works when it involves important characters that the audience has a relationship with. It doesn't work when you only have a relationship with one side of the conflict. We have no relationship with Abby and her father,
Yeah,
so their
we
side of the
don't
story
care.
is just
We don't care about
meaningless.
them.
And because they aim for Abby to be hated by having her kill Joel in such a selfish way, no one is going to sympathize with her.
Right.
And you want us to do that while shoving representation down our throats.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but last I checked, having a 200-pound trans character beating the shit out of 2 90-pound lesbians is not good representation, especially when you're making the trans character into the villain of the lesbian story. At best, it makes you look like an idiot, and at worst, it makes your work come across as gross and horrifying. The selling point of The Last of Us was how it developed Joel and Ellie.
Well,
and this
actually,
sequel completely fucks
Abby
that up in the
technically
absolute
isn't
worst way they could have
trans,
done
but
it. It actively punishes
yeah,
you for
it's
going attached to them
I
over
wouldn't
the last
blame
7
anyone for
years, and
thinking
its
that
reasons
just by
for why
looking
it
at
chose
her.
to do this don't make the slightest of sense, and it ultimately feels pointless as it's designed specifically to make you as miserable as possible. It constantly hits you with misery to the point that you just simply stop feeling affected by it. It doesn't convey any feelings because you'll be desensitized to it by the time the credits start rolling, and it's not supported by anything meaningful. It's just cruelty on top of cruelty on top of cruelty, and there's no satisfaction to that. And it doesn't even succeed at creating sequel bait for a third game because it failed to deliver a satisfying story on its own. Who the fuck is gonna want a Last of Us Part 3 after a second entry this horribly
No
put
one.
together?
No one.
Remember during the final chapter of the first game how Ellie said that after everything they've been through it can't be for nothing? Well, sorry kiddo, because it was all
Yep.
for nothing. Joel doesn't get a second chance to be a good father because he gets brutally murdered in the first 2 hours of the sequel, and he only appears in flashbacks that have no effect on the plot. Joel didn't win at the end of the first game because the character who ends up killing him turned out to be the daughter of that random surgeon, which is lazy writing in every way that you look at it. It's like in Death Note where Light defeated L just to get fucked over later by Mello and Nier, only somehow 1,000 times worse. And Ellie realizes her worst
Yeah.
fears of ending up alone because
Yeah,
Abby took everything away from her.
yeah,
She's constantly praised
I was
left and
not a
right by
fan
the
of the
narrative
second
and is
half of
portrayed
Death
as
Note.
always in
I
the
just
right in spite of
that
how
was
obviously
bad.
wrong she is. And it divorces Ellie's role from the overall story by having it be about
It
Joel
actually
getting
felt
killed by
like
a
they
random
dumbed
person
down
because that random
Light's
person was
character.
related to
Well,
another
the
random
author
person he
dumbed down
killed.
Light's
Hell,
character.
it might as well not even be set in a zombie apocalypse anymore. The very setting itself has been made completely pointless because the zombies are just a background element to get around in gameplay.
Yeah.
You could remove the infected from this game entirely and it would be the exact same plot. The zombies in this zombie apocalypse don't hold any weight anymore. It doesn't bother to build its setting because it's so asphyxiated on revenge, it doesn't develop any of the new characters because they get dismissed as quickly as they're introduced, and it goes against the first game by completely retconning its message. Now the message is that saving a loved one from being pointlessly sacrificed for a cure that most likely wasn't even going to work while said loved one wasn't even given a choice is
Yes.
morally wrong.
A lot
All
of
Joel's
people
character
tend to forget
developments and the
about
themes
that
of the
whenever
first
they
game
think
are
about that
completely
moment.
tossed into the trash heap for a twist that doesn't benefit him or Ellie. It makes the exact same mistakes as The Last Jedi, Game of Thrones, and Steven Universe by subverting expectations to appear deep and complex without having any sense to it. And in the process, it goes against everything the first game stood for. And in all the time that I spent talking about this game, I don't even think I've gotten to the most offensive part yet. As if it wasn't enough that you turned Joel into an idiot, then killed him in the most tasteless way possible. As if it wasn't enough that you turned Ellie into an unlikable monster who ends up with nothing. As if it wasn't enough that you made us brutally murder dogs in gross and horrifying ways. As if it wasn't enough that you went against the message of the first game. As if it wasn't enough that you actively lied to people through that false advertising, deliberately planning to deceive people with those
So
older models of Joel
the
and
show's
Ellie.
called
As if
Threads.
it wasn't enough that you forced us to sympathize with
So,
one of the
like,
most despicable pieces of
please
shit
tell me,
that I've
like,
ever seen in a video
please tell me
game.
it didn't
You had
end
to render the emotional weight
the,
of Sarah's death entirely meaningless.
Yeah,
I know there were
yeah,
a
they
great
did.
deal of people who cried during this scene
Yeah.
because it was so powerful.
I was one
It
of
was an
them.
opening that
Like,
perfectly
that
set
scene
the
hit
tone,
me.
letting you know how dark this game was going to get with a father's worst fear being realized.
Mhm.
His life has completely fallen apart before him. The community he grew accustomed to has been destroyed, and his child died in his arms. And unlike Joel's death, Sarah's had actual meaning to it. Even if you weren't emotionally impacted by her death, you could tell how important it was to the story. The end of Sarah's life was the
I'm gonna
beginning
guess
of
that
Joel's
even though it
character
didn't
arc,
have
making it the most
a
pivotal
happy
moment in
ending,
the first
at least
game.
tell me
A
it was
broken man
well
who has
written,
nothing
like
left to live for
way
except his own
way better
survival.
written than
And
this
yet, in
shit.
spite of becoming a hardened survivor, there was still a part of him that was driven by Sarah. He still wears that broken watch she gave him on his birthday, a clear sign that he's not surviving just for himself. The game never portrays him as a hero, but as a father in mourning, and it's that exact sense of loss that keeps him going. It wasn't just Ellie motivating him, it was Sarah the entire time. Remember that scene where they escape the museum and Joel talks to Ellie about the view of the city, and then slowly brings himself to look down to his watch? Joel didn't want to admit it, but in that moment he began to see Sarah inside of Ellie, and as they went onward he continued to see similarities between the two. Joel sees so much of Sarah inside of Ellie that he truly sees her as another chance to be a good father. He doesn't use Ellie as a replacement for Sarah. Rather, he sees Ellie as someone who would have been really good friends with her, someone who would have been a really good sister to her. And it's all that detail that makes you think about this line Ellie utters in the epilogue.
You're such an asshole.
Oh god, this was fucking dumb.
I was supposed to die in that hospital. My life would have fucking mattered. But you took that from me.
All this time, Ellie believed that her life would only matter if she got to give herself
Yeah,
up for
that
a cure.
was-
But what she doesn't know is that it wasn't needed. She wanted her life to matter, but it already did. To Joel, her life mattered just as much as Sarah's. That's why he saved her and chose to not sacrifice her. And he stands by his decision because he's always going to choose his child over the world. If it was Sarah, he would have done the exact same thing. Sarah was practically the most important character of all because her death was the catalyst that drove the entire story. Her memory was the very thing that defined Joel for the last 25 years and influenced all of his decisions in the first game. Pushing Ellie away out of fear of losing a second daughter, comforting her after she kills David, opening up to her at the university, choosing to accept Tess's pleas to deliver her to Tommy against his better judgment, all leading to his final decision to save her over humanity. Sarah was the glue that tied everything together. Joel's relationship with Ellie, Ellie's growth and maturity, the fractured relationship between Joel and Tommy, the way the plot was paced, the scene with the giraffes, and everything in between. Sarah died in the first 15 minutes, and yet in that short amount of time, her presence in the game had so much meaning to it. If it wasn't for her, The Last of Us wouldn't have the story that it has. It wouldn't have been so beloved, and the game wouldn't be one of the most celebrated in recent years. All of that was made possible by Sarah. And what does that mean now? Where does all of that meaning go now that we've seen where it leads? Joel is dead and buried, Tommy is single and miserable, Ellie is alone with nothing to live for, and the person responsible for all of it gets to walk away. Everything that all of these characters went through was for nothing. Sarah didn't add meaning to their lives because any meaning...
Almost, it's kind of the way he presented it. It's almost kind of like what happened in real life. Like all of us, like one person completely destroyed something that we all loved, and the only people who suffered, well, really are us, the fans. We saw this thing that we used to love completely destroyed, and the person, well, technically he didn't get away with it scot-free, but the fact that they're delusional enough to think that they actually like they're not going to suffer from this it's insane. Like I feel like that's even worse, is that in their mind they still don't think they did anything wrong. They still think they did, like they created this incredible piece of fiction that's going to go down in history to be on par with works like, you know, The Godfather and Shakespeare, like all of these fantastic works of literature. And it isn't, it's absolutely fucking terrible. Like it's not even in the same league, but in this asshole's mind it actually is. I just, and what's even worse is that like people waited 7 years for this. They waited 7 long years for this game. They waited that long to see the continuation of the story. They waited that long to see these characters again. And this is what was done to them. Like, I just,
their lives might have been given as fallen victim to horrible writing and SJW propaganda. Sarah didn't give Joel a second chance because that second chance was abruptly taken away. Sarah
Yeah.
didn't help Ellie find a better life because she became obsessed with revenge just to not take revenge and end up with nothing. Sarah didn't help mend Tommy and Joel's relationship because one ends up dead and the other is left unhappy, complete with a missing eye and barely able to walk. Sarah didn't die for a reason and contribute to a better future for any of these characters because they all ended up defeated or dead. Sarah died just so that her father's character development would mean nothing in the end. Sarah died for nothing. At this point, you might as well act like the first game doesn't even exist, because everything that happens in it, with the exception of Joel killing Abby's father, has been made completely irrelevant in the face of this new saga of Ellie versus the She-Hulk. I just feel so horrible for the Last of Us fandom right now. I don't feel sorry for the people defending this abomination and giving it anything higher than a 4, but the people who genuinely just wanted to see a proper continuation to the story of Joel and Ellie after waiting 7 years, I can't even imagine just how depressed, sickened, or awful they must feel, and how pissed off they must be that Neil Druckmann just fucked them over this badly. Never have I seen a sequel that so thoroughly hates you for being a fan of the original and just wants to destroy all the happy memories that you made with it by any means necessary. But no, apparently this game is a groundbreaking masterpiece because it dared to tell a dark and gritty story about how revenge is bad, despite the fact that Sharon Spell already did it over 40 years ago, and much, much better, might I add. And all those salty fanboys of the first game who are just angry at this one but don't know why they're angry because it got leaked and they saw Joel getting killed in the first 2 hours by a random character who turned out to be the daughter of a random NPC that no one gave a shit about 7 years ago, yeah, let's just ignore any and all complaints that they may have, regardless if there's a point to those complaints. And don't give me that shit about how I need to directly play this game in order to review it. The Last of Us was a story-driven experience.
Yes.
It was always a story-driven experience. No one liked The Last of Us because you could punch people, shoot them from cover, craft items, or move objects around to complete tedious puzzles. They liked it because
the gameplay was never what people loved about this.
Across the country and the bonds they made along the way. And this sequel just shits all over that.
It was the story and the characters. That's what people loved about the game. The gameplay was it was mediocre at best. And yes, people who defend this game never go into specifics. They always give broad and general reasons as to why they love it. They just say, "Oh, it was dark," or "Oh, they did things that barely anything else does," and "Oh, this," and "Oh, that." And yet they never go into specifics. They never talk about the character writing. They never talk about the dialogue. They never talk about the direction. They don't talk about any of that stuff.
And that abhorrent false advertising that was made specifically to trick people. Every time I thought this game couldn't possibly get any worse, it managed to surprise me with something new, and it just got worse and worse as time went on. Even the cover art for the game has nothing meaningful to say. I mean, really compare it to the cover art for the first game. What do you see here? Joel and Ellie wandering the wilderness, traveling across the country to an uncertain destination, walking through a deserted city surrounded by plant growth with the sun setting on them. The two look back with a sense of caution, aware of the danger following them, but still pushing themselves forward. This cover immediately captures your interest as it manages to tell so much with one single image. It adds a sense of mystery and adventure to the game, making you wonder what journey is in store for anyone who picks it up. Now take a look at this box art. What do you see here? Just Ellie looking angry with blood on her face, in a completely blank background with no detail whatsoever. What exactly does this tell you about the game? What does it tell you about the story or the characters? Just that they're angry and that it has violence in it. This doesn't add a sense of mystery and adventure that intrigues your interest. This just looks like some sort of try-hard edgelord artwork, and they chose that over something more expressive. You could have just taken a piece of fan art and make that the cover, and it would have told you more about the game than this angry face Ellie's got. Everything surrounding this game is just a spit in the face of not just The Last of Us fans, but gamers in general. A product that just wants to make you feel miserable while scamming you out of your money, all while scarring the reputation of the first game. Neil Druckmann went on record saying that The Last of Us Part 2 was about hatred. Well, mission accomplished, Mr. Cuckmann. Everyone hates your game, and everyone hates you.
Fuck you, Cuckmann.
You lied to people with dishonest promotional material. You screwed over YouTubers with fake copyright claims because they dared to discuss the leaks in your
That was absolute bullshit.
You completely changed the personalities of beloved characters for the sake of creating artificial conflict. You killed off Joel in the most disrespectful way you could have done it. You fucked over Ellie by taking away everything she cared about and fought for. You forced us to play as the villain for half the game in a poor attempt to make us feel sympathy for her. You made us kill dogs in disgusting and horrifying ways after you said we wouldn't have to. You made the zombies in this zombie apocalypse story out of place and irrelevant. You made us watch an explicit, uncensored sex scene in spite of Sony's hypocritical stance on censorship.
Yes.
You shoved representation and bulking women in people's faces to get extra brownie points from Anita Sarkeesian. You gave the villain of the story the only happy ending while every other character is brutally murdered or left with nothing. 7 years, and this was the best you could come up with. You're a disgrace to video game development and the gaming community at large. Your presence is a plague on a medium that millions of people have expressed so much passion for. You could even care less if people's health is put in jeopardy just to shit out your turd of a game as quickly as possible. You have no respect for the art form that you represented with this game. The people who fell in love with the story of Joel
I
and
think
Ellie, the
way
people who just
more
wanted to see
people
where it
had
was going to keep
sympathy
taking
for
them, and
Thanos
even
than for
Joel and Ellie
Abby.
themselves.
At least he
They
showed some
all
actual
deserve better than
remorse
what you
when he
did to
killed
them, you
Gamora.
lying, money-grubbing piece of shit.
This bitch nothing.
I'm just gonna go play some SpongeBob SquarePants.
Yeah.
At least that didn't make me feel like killing myself.
Yeah, do that. Well, unless you're working for IGN, then that game definitely did make you. Oh my god. Oh boy. Okay. So that was the Last of Us Part 2 review from Miss Anthroponi, and again, I highly enjoyed it. That was pretty damn good. A great breakdown as to why this game's absolutely terrible. And notice how, unlike other reviews where they actually talk about how the game's good, like you said, he actually went into detail. He gave actual reasons with evidence to back up his reasoning as to why he believed this game was absolutely, why this game was absolutely trash. So again, pretty damn good. Go subscribe to him. And it's just, again, it's just so depressing because like this could have been good. This could have actually gone down in history as one of the best sequels ever made. But it's just no. Like a guy was more interested in subverting expectations, catering to SJWs who are never gonna buy his game, and the only people saying anything good are just either people who have no idea what a good story is or what good characters are, or people who are just trying to cater to SJWs, just like Neil Druckmann is, or people who just want to get access, like video game websites who I just want to get access. Those are the only people who actually like this game. I'm sorry, but that's just the truth. I don't feel like how anyone who just likes good storytelling and good characterization would like this game, because this game has none of those. It doesn't. Fuck me. Okay, so I'm going to end this right here. Jesus Christ, we've been going for over 4 hours. I mean, I knew the stream was going to be long, but I didn't think it was going to be this long. So I don't know if the future streams are going to be this long. I guess it'll depend on what we have to cover, which, speaking on that, I do just want to say this. I'm hoping for future streams we're going to, watch some more videos and we'll get to react to it and discuss it. So if you guys have any videos that you would like us to cover in the stream, just either let me know on Twitter. You can follow me on Twitter. You can DM me the link there, and we could try to do a thread stream. Well, that depends. Like, will I be able to actually show the footage on screen, or do I have to do it like I did with the movie commentary, where I can just watch it on myself, and you guys will be able to watch it with me, but I won't be able to actually show it on screen because of copyright and everything. Just let me know. But also, I do just have to remind you that if you, I'm actually planning to do another stream tomorrow, but instead of being a regular stream where we get to sit back and talk about what's going on, it's going to be another movie commentary. Like I said, I do want to do more of those, and it's going to be a weekly thing. So tomorrow, that's when the next movie commentary is going to be happening. And unlike the previous movie commentary where we watched The Lion King, we're going to be watching a movie that I actually have never seen before, and I'm going to be watching for the first time right here with you guys. I won't tell you what it is, but you will find out tomorrow when it does happen. So all of that. And also when it comes to the videos, like I said, you can just DM me on Twitter, or if you want another option, there is a link in the description box down below to where it'll lead you to a site to where you can send donations to the channel. And if you do that, you'll be supporting the channel. And if you do that, it'll guarantee your video will be seen on the actual live stream whenever we do those. And again, it's completely optional. You don't have to. If you can't, that's completely fine. I completely understand. Just watching the stream and just watching the videos, that goes a long way in supporting the channel. And again, you can just DM me the links on Twitter if you want. So with all of that said, I've taken up enough of your time. I'm just going to end right here. Again, you're awesome as always. Thank you so much. And again, remember, tomorrow, that's when the movie commentary is happening. Take care of yourselves. Bye.